the predictions for today. I told you what's about to happen today because today we are going to first get the first finalists to the World Cup. All right?
Yeah.
So France is going to battle it out with Spain, and it's going to happen in Dallas. So I have a feeling that it's going to be one of those contested matches of all time. Because when you look at France, France is also seeking to have their third consecutive run to the semis of a World Cup, or in the World Cup. But then now, Spain is also saying that, you know, they're the big boys in this tournament. I repeat, France is going to proceed.
I concur.
You get that?
Yeah.
France is going to make it to the finals. And then tomorrow, we'll also find who will be going to the last leg of the tournament.
Yeah, so today's winner is our potential winner
Yes.
of this year's FIFA World Cup.
I love the way you put it. Potential winner.
Potential winner.
You never know. By the way, they've shown a lot of progress, and they've given a lot of people hope. Look at it this way. Nobody ever thought that France was going to make it this far.
Yeah.
Yes.
No? But here we are.
Yeah.
So that is going to happen today at 10 p.m.
All I know is that I don't want Argentina to win. That's
what,
it.
Nobody
So
wants
any
Argentina
other
to
team
win.
from the ones that are remaining can carry the day.
Not
but
Argentina.
not Argentina for me.
But then now,
Sorry, Messi. The GOAT people
Yeah.
here.
it is okay. It is okay. Mike, what do you think?
Well, I'll just echo Vivian. So long as it's not Argentina, we are good.
You got to
Yeah.
sour.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
today's match, France has a potential, high potential of taking the match.
Yes.
Yes.
So, you know, the good thing is, so look at the top scorers. Top scorers, Mbappe has 8 goals. Kylian Mbappe, France,
Yeah.
8 goals. Then we have Lionel Messi, Argentina, 8 goals. There's a tie. And then Erling Haaland, or Norway, 7 goals. 1-1-1-1. So that tie is going to be a tight one. Mbappe to the finals. Lionel Messi, semis. So here we are. Who is going to break that chain of 8? Is it Mbappe or Messi? Okay, let's come back home and let's talk about what's happening in the country. Politically speaking, let's talk about the opinion polls. Infotrack gave their findings yesterday, and there's no clear winner. Actually, it's also on the front page of the Daily Nation here. There's no clear winner according to the opinion polls. If an election was to be held today, President William Ruto would actually sail with 32%, which means there's no clear winner, 50+1. Nobody has crossed the green mark.
Yeah.
So how is it going to be? There are a lot of comparison. There's a lot of mixing here. Who is this and who is that? We'll be taking a look at that at exactly 7. I'll be having Daniel Orogo, who is a political analyst. He's also governance consultant. He's also an aspirant, Kibra constituency. He's not new to Jerusalem here. I'll also have Honorable Bernard Kitu, Member of Parliament. That is Nandi Hills constituency. And of course, Amolo Simba, who is an advocate of the High Court and political analyst. The 3 wise men will be here to help us see the light at 7. Vivian?
All right, and aside from that, we'll be having healthy living right here on the show, as today is Tuesday, and our conversation today is on diabetes. We're going to be looking deeper into diabetes and get to understand it. We'll be looking at the types of diabetes, we'll be looking at the causes, we'll be looking at the early symptoms of it, the treatment options, and all that. And I'll be joined right here by Francis Karaoke, who is a diabetes patient. We'll also have Dr. Eva Njenga, who is an endocrinologist, as well as the founder DMI Center. And finally, we'll also have a caregiver right here, and his name is Simon Mboro. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that conversation. My name is Vivian Dagwa. Good morning and welcome to the show. Mike.
Well, today I want us to talk about entrepreneurship, turning your passion into profits, because in today's world, technology, digital platforms, and also changing labor markets have created an economy where passion, people can build businesses around skills and passion, things that were considered hobbies. We're talking about photography, matters that regard to content creation, graphic design, and so on. So the question is, actually not even the question, the debate shifts from whether passion will make you money to become whether passion can be turned into something that is profitable and long-term and sustainable as a sustainable business. That is a conversation I will be having with none other than Isha Dunga. Isha is a business and personal finance coach, as well as CEO Ecovest Consultants Limited, and also Joshua Wanjohi, who is a filmmaker, content creator, and photographer. They will be joining me at around 8 a.m. to talk about this topic. So I implore you to tune into this live broadcast. Trevor Ngendo, good morning.
A very good morning to you, Mike, Vivian, and Victor. Before we get to all that, maybe I should take you to the news that the news making headlines today, and also what we should be expecting in this new week. My name is Trevor Ngendo. Welcome to the Good Morning Kenya show. This is the news brief. We begin with Nakuru, where Nakuru Town East legislator David Gikaria will have to appear in person before the Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee, or the electoral body, IBC, to defend himself over voter bribery allegations during the ongoing by-election campaigns in Ol Kalou. The committee, while giving the orders, declined to proceed with the grilling after Gikaria twice sent representatives to appear before it. Take a look.
The three-term legislator was expected to appear before the Alutalala Muhwana-led committee Monday morning, but instead he sent his personal assistant to argue his case, a move that did not augur well with the committee.
Mr. Joseph Kariuki Nerima, could you please address this committee on where the Honorable Gikaria is, because I don't see him around. In law, a person can appear in person, by authorized agent, or by counsel, correct? In your case, in your client's case, the first appearance here was through his authorized agent.
This prompted the morning session to be adjourned until afternoon, only for Gikaria to send his legal team.
We are unaware of who the complainant is. We do not have any witness statements, any evidence that is meant to be relied upon.
The Nakuru Town East MP found himself on the receiving end after he was allegedly captured violating the Electoral Code of Conduct over utterances he made at a public rally in Ol Kalou within Nyandarua County. The Alutalala-led committee rejected claims by his legal representative that the legislator had not been served or was medically unfit to attend the hearing, citing no evidence before it to support the medical claim. The committee also rejected Gikaria's arguments, challenging the commission's role as the complainant, stating that IEBC is legally mandated to investigate and prosecute breaches of its Electoral Code of Conduct.
It has been decided that these proceedings will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on the dot, that the honorable member may present himself so that these proceedings may commence.
And still on Ol Kalou politics and political campaigns ahead of the Thursday polls, the Thursday polls in Ol Kalou entered the final stretch yesterday as candidates and political bigwigs made their final submissions to voters just hours before the official campaign window was shut yesterday at midnight. The United Democratic Alliance Brigade traversed the constituency, rallying residents to back Samuel Mushina Nyaga's bid, while the Democracy for Citizens Party DCP team made a final pitch for their candidate Samuel Kamau Ngodo. A reporter Give Us On My Now traces the high-stakes final day hunt for votes in Nyandarua County.
With less than 6 hours left to the official close of the campaign period, this was the situation in Ol Kalou constituency, Nyandarua County. UDA Samuel Mushina and DCP Sami Kamau were on a charm offensive in a last-minute bid to woo voters. Top UDA bigwigs kicked off their final campaigns by meeting Ol Kalou dairy farmers, where they handed a milk cooler and also settled payments owed to the farmers as they drummed up support for UDA's candidate Samuel Mushina.
Ninyi mnaweza kubali ati mtoke ndani ya serikali mali matunda yote inatoka ati muingie opposition. Inawezekana? Hapana.
Those who have brought this kind of violence, irrespective of whichever party they come from, tunajua ni nani walikuwa wamesema nani asikakuje. Kwa hivyo wachunguze na wachukuliwe hatua.
Mkichagua hii serikali, mliahidiwa stima. Mkichagua hii serikali, mliahidiwa maji. Si bado haijatimizwa yote? Mimi nataka mnifanye chairman wa kuitisha hiyo deni. Na nikiwa na Moses Kuria hapa.
Then would hold a final rally at Ol Kalou KMTC grounds.
Hata nyinyi mtawekewa maji na Mushina. Mimi naweka stima huko wa Monyoro. Hata nyinyi mtawekewa stima hapa na Mushina akiwa mbunge wenu. Kutana na mtu ya DCP, msikosana na yeye kwa sababu ni ndugu yako. Mtakuwa na yeye kesho, mtakuwa na yeye kesho kutwa.
The leaders, including Nyandarua MP Faith Gitau and her Kiambu counterpart Anne Wamuratha, Kiamba MP John Kawanjiko, Mwangi Kiunjuri of Laikipia East, and Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru, among others, called for a peaceful Thursday by-election. Mushina, in his final pitch, explained to the residents why he was the best candidate for the job.
Kwa sababu tumebakisha siku mbili, uchaguzi wetu uweze kufikia. Na ninataka tufanye uchaguzi wa amani kwa sababu sisi ni wapenda amani.
This comes as DCP also took its final campaign to the residents, addressing them at Ol Kalou Arboretum grounds. Here they rallied residents to vote for their candidate Sami Kamau. Kamau, in his final submission seeking votes, vowed to serve all residents equally, regardless of their political affiliation.
The people of Ol Kalou have made their choice on who will be their MP. And on 16th, they will exercise that right without any interference.
Leaders from both the ruling party UDA and DCP camps have urged the supporters to remain calm as they await to elect their new member of parliament in the Thursday's by-election to replace the late lawmaker David Keraho. Give us Mana in Ol Kalou, Nyandarua County.
Thank you so much, Giverson, for that as he continues to follow up on the things transpiring at Ol Kalou ahead of the Thursday elections. Meanwhile, calls to curb electoral graft and ethical leadership dominated the African Anti-Corruption Day celebrations marked in Nairobi as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission backed the draft electoral campaign financing regulations spearheaded by IBC, saying it will aid in curbing voter bribery and endorsements. At the same time, the Commission's chairperson, David Oginde, warned against the misuse of public resources and the culture of handouts, querying the source of funds.
The African Anti-Corruption Day kicked off under the theme Scaling Up the Promotion of Integrity in Anti-Corruption Actions Across Africa. Leading the celebration, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission backed the drafting of legislation on campaign financing. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission chairperson, Dr. David Oginde, in his remarks, queried the source of funds and the culture of tokenism during campaigns.
I think it is a very important thing that it should be done and requires our support, not just as an agency, but as Kenyans, so that when a person wins an election or goes into a public office, you know that this is a person who has been chosen by the people and is going to provide leadership according to the desires of the people.
I therefore call upon every Kenyan and indeed every African to become an ambassador of integrity. Together, we can build a more accountable, more prosperous, and more just Africa for all Africans.
At the same time, the Commission reaffirmed its commitment to upholding integrity and transparency in service delivery.
We continue to strengthen partnerships across the 20 sectors that are involved in the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum so that we can increase the awareness and participation in the fight against corruption.
As we commemorate the African Anti-Corruption Day, I express my deep appreciation to the African Union Advisory Board Against Corruption, AUABC, for its unwavering leadership in mobilizing African Union member states towards implementation of the African Union Convention on Prevention and Combating Corruption.
Other speakers from constitutional offices, professional bodies, civil society, and security agencies attending the event highlighted the shared responsibility of promoting ethical leadership and accountability, as well as a call for strengthening of the Constitution to deal with graft decisively.
We commit to you our readiness and dedication to work with you so that we can eventually and practically and substantively vanquish the monster of corruption.
And we work hand in hand with EACC to ensure integrity. How I wish that this journey we have to go together, all of us.
So despite integrity playing a key role in our space, allow me to say this. In our last survey of anti-corruption, we identified gaps that require mitigations for improved performance. For example, there is need to have constant communication to our stakeholders.
Elsewhere in Watamu, one person died while several others were injured after a section of a five-story building under construction collapsed at Twiga Beach in Watamu, Kilifi County. The incident occurred on Monday afternoon as workers were pouring concrete on the basement slab, triggering a rescue operation involving members of the public and emergency responders. Witnesses said some injured workers were rushed to hospital, while fears remained that more victims could have been trapped beneath the debris. Residents and conservationists questioned the approval of the development, claiming the building was being constructed within a protected coastal zone and raising concerns over its structural integrity. Security officers later secured the scene as investigations into the cause of the collapse got underway. The body of the deceased was taken to Malindi Sub-County Hospital mortuary.
Security team ya Malindi na the county government of Kilifi tunafuatilia ili kufanya uchunguzi tujue approvals ya mjengo ilifanywa vipi na kama imefuata ile utaratibu ya sheria ambayo inastahili. So yetu ni kuomba watu ya Malindi wakuwe watulivu, watupatie muda tuweze kufanya uchunguzi ambao ni wa kina ili tuweze kupata suluhisho kwa shida kama hii. Na pia ni kusema pole kwa familia ya wale ambao wamepoteza mpendo wao na wale ambao labda wamepata majeraha katika mjengo huu, ni kuambia pole, na tunahakikisha kwamba tutafanya uchunguzi wa kutosha na kuhakikisha kwamba sheria itafuata mkondo wake.
On matters business, and Kenya is easing movement of cargo along the northern corridor by eliminating non-tariff barriers, such as reducing police checkpoints from 26 to 5 gazetted points. A move aimed at cutting delays for trucks transporting cargo to neighboring countries. East African Community Principal Secretary Dr. Caroline Karugu says the national government and also the devolved units have on major transit routes are working to remove barriers that slow regional trade flows. Take a look.
Non-tariff barriers comprise administrative, regulatory and procedures that slow the movement of cargo, resulting in delays and higher costs. They include duplicate levies, procedures and road user charges.
I think last year when I came in, we had about 69 reported non-tariff barriers, and that has come substantively to as low as about 27 non-tariff barriers currently reported. And we are working to full elimination of these non-tariff barriers. And
in Kenya, police check units for cargo trucks were identified as slowing the flow of transit cargo, prompting the government to reduce their number along the northern corridor from 26 to the current 5.
In the East Africa community, we have gazetted only 5 checkpoints, and we went on to lobby with the National Police. We have been able to bring those down to 5, and we are monitoring that closely so that we can ensure that checkpoints do not become a barrier for regional trade and for transferring of goods between country to country.
Some counties had proposed levies on cargo transiting through the devolved units, prompting government intervention and measures aimed at ensuring smooth movement of goods through Kenya.
We are putting a round table between these governors and His Excellency the President, where we can find a way forward and reach a win-win situation, be able to regularize, especially the northern corridor, and so that goods can be transferred from country to country as per treaty and efficiently.
Dr. Karugu says Kenya has successfully negotiated the removal of industrial development levy in Tanzania, which has enhanced the competitiveness of Kenyan exports.
We started with the Tanzania, and we were able to achieve that removal of the industrial development levy that has been affecting our main products, 49 manufactured products.
The issue we have had with the Republic of South Sudan between Nadapal and Nakodok, it's an 11-kilometer road that has had real challenges. If this small piece of road is done, goods being transferred from the Republic of Kenya to the Republic of South Sudan will no longer use the 14 days that is currently being used, and that we will be able to cut short that by 7 days.
And on feed manufacturing, animal feed manufacturers are calling for tax incentives on key raw materials to encourage local production. The Association of Kenya Feed Manufacturers, AKFEMA, says that rising demand for animal protein driven by a growing population has necessitated urgent action to strengthen the animal feed value chain.
Livestock contributes about 12% to the gross domestic product. However, animal feed accounts for up to 70% of livestock production costs, with manufacturers relying on imported raw materials such as soybean meal and sunflower cake. This exposes the industry to global price volatility and supply chain disruptions.
So if they can grow them in Tanzania and Uganda, why can't we grow them in Kenya? For soya, the same thing. We're importing them from Malawi and Zambia and also Uganda. Why can't we grow our own soya in Kenya?
Another practical solution that we are looking at is the challenge of supply of raw materials that are adequate for production of feeds. And we are looking forward to intervention measures, for example, from the government, which has happened before, and we hope we can do it on a bigger scale.
The Association of Kenya Feed Manufacturers is calling for policy reforms, including tax incentives on key ingredients, increased local production of yellow maize, and affordable financing.
We want to separate this maize, the maize for animal feeds and maize for humans. For us, we would ideally go for yellow maize as our source of energy for animal feed. So we want to see how can we work with researchers, policymakers, to promote growing of yellow maize in Kenya.
So technology in production and farming is important, and also we also need to enhance biotechnology in production of raw materials for our industry.
We are looking for investors to come, speak to our membership, look at opportunities for them to co-invest and to grow the industry. I think critical for us is how we produce cheap protein going forward.
They were speaking in Nairobi ahead of the Africa Feed Exhibition and Conference 2026 that will bring together business leaders, researchers and investors to explore innovations and policy interventions.
On Mother Sports now, let's talk volleyball. And the second edition of the Kenya Cup enters its decisive stage next weekend, with the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals set to be held between the 24th and 26th of this month at the Kasarani Indoor Arena in Nairobi. The men's quarterfinals will be played on Friday, with Kenya Prisons facing APK Chema taking on Kapu, GSU meeting Equity, and KPA battling KDF. The women's semi-finals on Saturday will see DCI face Kenya Pipeline, while KCB take on Kenya Prisons. The tournament concludes on Sunday with the third place playoffs before the women's and men's finals, which will crown the 2026 Kenya Cup champions.
Lamine Yamal and Kylian Mbappe showdown as Spain lock horns with France in FIFA World Cup semi-final today. Kylian Mbappe dominated the headlines as France beat Morocco 2-0 to reach the semi-finals, taking his tally to 8 goals for the tournament and moving just one behind Argentina's Lionel Messi in the race to become the World Cup's all-time top scorer.
Football fanatics are set for a thrilling World Cup encounter as two giants, France and Spain, lock horns tomorrow in the FIFA World Cup semi-final.
2-8 for Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe! He is the main man. He is magnificent.
France will be playing in their 8th World Cup semi-final, equaling Brazil, with only Germany featuring in more, having featured in 12. Spain are on the longest unbeaten run in their history and have now avoided defeat in 8 of their past 36 matches since a 1-0 loss to Colombia in March 2024. They have won 27 and drawn 9 of their matches during that period. This will be just the second World Cup meeting between the sides. En route to the semis, France beat Morocco 2-0 in the quarterfinals, while Spain claimed a 2-1 win over Belgium.
And of course, that's a very highly anticipated match later today that will be airing on KBC Channel 1 at exactly 10 p.m. as we continue to say World Cup equal KBC. Before I sign out, allow me to give you a quote here. That life is mostly hard and sometimes we don't feel that we have accomplished anything at all. But if in your everyday life you do the absolute best at whatever you try, the accomplishment is in the doing. I wish you a blessed day ahead. My name is Trevor Ngendo. Have a wonderful day.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
Everybody laughed. They're not laughing now. He scored a big goal to get England back into this game before half-time, and now they're looking for another one. He scored 2 in a minute against Mexico. Trying to do the same here. England buoyant. Harry Kane! Got a lot behind it. Good save, Neelan. Low, strong, impactful, but Neelan in the right place.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Ngoja. Nothing is ready here. Nothing is ready.
Well, very good. Welcome back. It's now time for us to get into the political scene. It's now 4 minutes past 7 a.m. Karibu sana. My name is Victor Olo, and thank you, Trevor, for the news update. Okay, so before I get into the discussion, of course, kama kawaida is about the front pages of the local dailies. I'll take you through the front page very fast, because even my guest will also help me take the other papers. Okay, let me take the Daily Nation. The Daily Nation is more of about what we're just about to discuss today. There is this question about the clear winner. That is opinion poll. That's basically our topic of discussion today. The question is no clear winner, no clear winner. And the Daily Nation says that there would be no outright winner if a presidential election were held today. A runoff vote is likely, a new opinion poll shows. And the Daily Nation also reports that none of the potential presidential candidates, including President Ruto, would garner more than half of all the votes. And a disjointed opposition would also trail Ruto, but a united force poses a serious challenge to his 2027 re-election bid. And finally, no opposition leader has a commanding lead over colleagues, but Kalonzo is a favorite, as is his joint ticket with Senator Sifuna. So that is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Of course, this was done by InfoTrack. Something to talk about is the Olkalau seat campaigns end as court suspend MP's 1.5 million shillings fine. So the campaigns officially ended yesterday ahead of the polls to be conducted on Thursday. That is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Daniel Orogo, good morning.
Good morning.
Daniel Orogo is political analyst and governance expert. He's also MP aspirant, Kibra constituency in 2027. You can take a look at what's on the Daily Nation, the front page.
Yeah, but I have a standard.
Oh, the standard. There you go. Oh, sorry. All right. The standard, what did I say?
I think it's highlighting on the irony that they send the finance officers to tame Haiti's gangs. Yet back at home, we are experiencing a spat in the wave of Goonism, the rise of illegal groups that is wreaking havoc in the political cycle. I think that is the and the focus is on the office of the president.
Word by word, what does this say?
They send the finest officers to tame Haiti's gangs. Yet back at home, murderers are rising. Civilians' lives are in fear, and the president's own security has become a subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, the Interior CS, Kipchumba Murkomen, plays politics. PS Dr. Edmund Omolo's name surfaces whenever goons are discussed, and the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Douglas Kanja, presides over confusion. This is no longer a ministry Kenyans can trust to keep them safe. Instead, it has become a symbol of incompetence and national embarrassment, where politicians' ambition is better protected than the lives and the property of Kenyans. Page 4.
Very good. And of course,
Kumbe can read the news. I mean, I can anchor.
And but my job is not at stake. And that of Trevor and the rest of us. Okay, but you've out of 10, I will give you a 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You can work hard.
All right.
Okay. Amolu Simba, advocate of High Court, you can give us on the front page of the Star.
Okay, for the Star, this is about, it's about coffee revamp, lifts 700K farmers' lives. Yeah, so talking about the revolving fund that's enabled timely payment of berry deliveries. I see also a part of the news that is covered by the Star, the political one, which is on page 6, that's Sifuna Natembea shake-up. Yeah, Sifuna Natembea shake-up Ruto's Western game plan. So,
Okay, very well. So let's just come back to the front page of the Daily Nation. Based on what we have seen, and the InfoTrack continues to give us more details, the State House race, as illustrated by the Daily Nation, again, this was a finding by InfoTrack. This is what it says, that if elections were to be held today, President William Ruto would garner 32, which means there's no clear winner. 50 plus 1, nobody would get. Kalonzo, 13%, Sifuna, 12%, Matiang'i 12%, Rigathi Gachagua 4%, Babu Owino 3%, David Maraga, Emeritus CJ, that is 2%, and finally Martha Karua 1%. I will take you on this other side of the opposition, but let's start with this. Daniel.
Yeah.
No clear winner.
Absolutely. And too early to even tell. Every time, I think, for the better part we have been on this set, Victor, we have belated and said that even, it's not only right now, but even as we head to election, there will be a need to search for a ticket that will deliver a one clear winner, which is an uphill task for each and every candidate. I think we've been saying that weeks and weeks over in this
Including
set.
an incumbent?
Yeah, and including incumbent. No one is guaranteed, a 50 plus 1% like in one round of elections as we proceed. And you can see quite interesting opinion polls. Let us also say that opinion polls remains opinion polls, and that they just do a representative, polling, random sampling. There are major ways of polling. So they are also prone to errors, and we cannot say that this is an absolute or a bit 100% reflective of the opinions or of the voters as well. But however, they give a snippet of what the Kenyan voters' opinions are. So we give credit to the polls as a pointer to wherever the country is headed to. So as you can see on the pages on the Daily Nation is. I think President Ruto, it's at 32%. Yes. Followed by Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka at 12%. And Dr. Fred Matiang'i is equally sharing, the share with Senator Edwin Sifuna. Interesting. I see my presidential candidate at 2%.
Who is that?
Honorable David Maraga, the CJ.
Okay. Right.
Thank God that finally I can.
What would 2% represent for the 50 million Kenyans, give or take, that all of them, 15 million voters?
I mean, that is how many millions? Probably anyone with math can help us.
Yeah.
But I think it is a significant leap. Maybe hundreds of thousands headed to a million or so. Someone can calculate and tell us. But let me say about these opinion polls. Number one is, if I am cheeky enough to add the numbers of those in opposition, they can probably near or topple that of the incumbent, if you can add it. Interestingly, I think that is one thing that I've observed. So then, hence the need to call for a united ticket. My observation as a politician and as a commentator.
Yes.
And number two, it's quite interesting also to look at the flag bearers of the position. You can see that Kalonzo, as much as he's also the key leading presidential candidate of the opposition, he's also a preferred presidential flag bearer
for the opposition.
For the opposition,
I'll come back to that.
Yeah, you can. So I think those are quite interesting, opinions of Kenyans so far.
All right,
so good.
Amolo, this is the first time. Actually, there was another opinion poll, but it seems there is a little bit of an improvement in the part of all the contestants and the aspirants. But what do you take of this? I mean, we've been here before and we've seen how opinion polls would be, but they say that at ground, vitu were different completely.
I think that for the opinion polls, these ones, they confirm what we already know. The thing is, for the opposition side, taking on William Ruto, it would require them to come together as a team. Without them coming together as a team, each of them going on their own, they would they stand no chance of beating Ruto.
But before we get to that, the headache of getting the 50+1. Let's start with that.
Okay, so the 50+1, as it stands, if everybody's going on their ways, it will be difficult to get 50+1%, because that division, I think that as it stands today, no candidate would say that they are guaranteed of 50+1%. So 50%+1. So which would be an headache, because even for William Ruto, it would not sit easy today, knowing that still, even as it stands, with or without those opinion polls, it would be an uphill task for him to get 50%+1. So I think that there is, for whichever candidate, there's still more work to be done. Of course, it's still early, but the signs are there that for it to be like a real contest, like where we talk about possibility of a clear winner, there needs to be, if the opposition side, there needs to be that unity. Okay. Otherwise, you know, history repeats itself. We may have this situation like what happened in 1992, where you had opposition jointly were stronger than President Moi, but because they were fragmented, we had all these many candidates. President Moi sailed through. Also in 1997, but then of course the dynamics have changed because right now the constitution, at that time President Moi sailed with a small majority. Right now the constitution requires that you have to get at least 50% of the votes plus one, and that becomes the challenge. But still as it is, I think that President Ruto has some advantage if the opposition remains united. But if they come in together, then they'll give him a run for his money.
You know, the question is, look at Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is not a new boy in the game, okay? Figuratively. Sifuna is, Matiang'i is, okay? Sifuna has 12%, Matiang'i has 12%, Kalonzo has 13%. Take the three. Okay, let me take the three. The performance of Kalonzo himself done, he's a big boy in the game. And 13. Then Sifuna gets into the game a few months ago and right behind him. What do you make of that?
I see. You know, it's actually reflexive of the ever-changing the political terrain in Kenya. 5 months ago, we couldn't have heard that Sifuna could be getting, you know, major headlines. But right now is basically a force to reckon with.
Actually, according to the poll, he's number 3.
He is number 3. And remember that he has come into this political, you know, scene soon after Raila's demise and exit. Observe that fact, that Sifuna's rise was based on his ascending and articulating Raila's position, occupying the space and speaking, articulating the voice that, you know, you always have a t-shirt saying, Nani, who told you? Like you see, filling into the gap of what he thinks that Raila could have said at this particular moment. So that is a reflective of an indictment to ODM because the Linda Mwananchi faction of ODM is the face of Sifuna. And you can actually see that there is a significant number of voters in ODM who still believes that their former Secretary General actually speaks what Raila could have been speaking about. So hence, he's ascending into the position.
Do you think ODM is having a second thought about Sifuna with the 12%?
Of course.
There is no stability in the Orange Party.
Of course.
We all know that.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. If Oburu faction says that they will not fill the presidential candidate, what about the disgruntled young men, especially young people in the ODM, who feels that if Raila was present, probably he could have put his name on the ticket?
True.
So to them, Sifuna's face is probably articulating the Raila's position in shadows. And that's why you probably see him on the ballot. You probably see him arising and ascending this position. And I'm telling you the truth. If Raila Odinga could have been there, I don't think Sifuna could have been, you know, because then what he could have been saying is his loyalty to his boss. He's been saying that he know what Mzee could have been saying. So for him, his bravado and his rise into this position is a reflective, is a significant reflective of his, you know, support from the ODM functions that feels that we could have had Baba in the ticket. That is where you see Sifuna. All right? So the other thing that coming out of these polls, interestingly, as I was reading them in details, is that Dr. Fred Matiang'i has got a significant following from the central region. Right? If you read through, you know, the InfoTrack details. So I am looking at the Honorable Rigathi at what percent? At 4%. Victor, at 4%. From Central Kenya with DCP. Dr. Fred Matiang'i with the Jubilee Party has got a significant following in Central Kenya. So that is something that should reflect. That is something that should show us, you know, something that is happening. Number 2, the Honorable William Ruto has got a significant following in Northeastern, more than he has in the Rift. what does that tell you with the new issuances of identification to the people of Northeastern who have been feeling aggrieved with the historical injustices in that area? And remember, the last public holiday significant was held where? In Northeastern Kenya.
Right.
So I think they are very interesting. And Honorable William Ruto has got a number of significant following drifting from Nyanza. And in Central Kenya, he has now the lowest, popularity.
Yeah.
So look at how the political, terrain is shifting. And like I've told you, my presidential candidate who was not featuring in the polls, right now we are talking about the Honorable CJ, who is now having a significant belief among his Kenyans that he also can be the presidential candidate. So I'm telling you, within these 6 months that is coming, there's going to be a lot of shifting.
Very good.
And a lot of coalition building and gerrymandering and political horse trading in between.
I normally call them,
yes.
and I normally call that boys are going to have a lot of tea.
Yes.
All right, and night meetings. I'm looking at this. There's a very difference between science and politics. And we all know how these things can, there's a very thin line between the opinion polls and the real thing on ground. So you give clear figures and facts as per the science and polling, but then now on ground, Dan is running for a seat in Kibra. He will tell you that on ground vitu kwanga very different. But this is just a representation. The percentage and the opinion polls is that. Let's start with Kalonzo Musyoka and Sifuna, the two gentlemen. All of them have been a part of Baba. These are clear students of Baba in politics. In fact, the top three, President William Ruto, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Sifuna, they've been close to Baba.
Yeah.
And they're trailing 1, 2, 3.
I think that, well, if you look at it from the opposition side, I think Kalonzo has an advantage. Look at it logic. I think that, factually, even away from the polls, he would have an advantage in terms of leading.
From the opposition
side being a leading candidate.
Actually,
from
yes,
the
27 from the opposition, and Matiang'i is 26.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that, okay, for Sifuna, Sifuna is also a very vibrant politician, charismatic, and I think that he appeals a lot to the youth, a lot also to Baba supporters who El Baba's beliefs. That said, and I agree with you that for ground sometimes vitally different. The thing is, for politics, as so far that we've seen in this country, people do go along tribal lines. And I think that while for giving Gachagua, is it 4%? Like, maybe from when you are, depending on whom you poll, but I think that for someone like Gachagua, he has a lot of numbers. Like, for example, if he were to go all the way to the ballot, my prediction is that he would get Mount Kenya almost to a man. Because at the end of the day, unless things change in 2027, our politics is always largely tribal. Yeah. That's why sometimes if you look at when Mutai Guji was talking about tyranny of numbers in the 2012, 2013 election, sometimes even before the election, just by look at the tribal, like the coalition, somebody is able to even count their votes like this, predict what this person is going to get. From that point, I think that it will depend, like for example, for the opposition. I think for the government side, President Ruto is already clear with the presidential candidate. For the opposition side, there will be need for that bringing in together, like the coalition building. Somebody like Sifuna, having him on your team is a good thing because he brings the energy. Like if you have Sifuna, Babu Wino, and the likes, they bring a lot of energy and excitement, because at the end of the day, you get that a campaign is not like a church affair. No. Yeah. So you need to have the excitement. You need to have the vibrancy. Yeah, it's not just all about being good. So I think that Sifuna is performing well. Having him in your team, whatever side that he'll be able to bring a lot to that, both in terms of the largely in terms of exciting the support base.
Okay. Yeah. There is a question I will ask you. In an unlikely situation, hold that question. I will ask you. But then, look at, if you take the three, that is Sifuna, based on the opinion polls done, we take Kalonzo Musyoka, Sifuna, and Matiang'i. It comes to 37%. Yeah. The three combined right now, 37. President William Ruto has 32. Still, there is no force to the 50+1 mark.
No, no, and that's what I said. Until this is one of the elections that I predict there could be a runoff, and I think the papers are. These I've been saying for a long time. I think the papers have vindicated me today. We might have an election runoff, general election, and every candidate is avoiding that.
Yes.
This is one thing that every presidential election candidate must avoid at all cost, because a runoff is costly, first of all. Secondly, it is unpredictable, because after the elections, coalitions has to be formed. I mean, Victor, you have seen how, established democracies in Europe, like the UK, South Africa, how they try to get, coalesce within allied coalition members so that they could form a government of majority. You see how hard that is always to them. The British Prime Minister, of course, their election is more of representative. They have, after the election, they have to form a majority in the House. You saw what happened with the ANC and the DA in South Africa. After the election, they have to get, at all cost and at all means to at least get a small percentage.
Yeah.
So it has never happened in this country, but when it happens, it could be very interesting and it could be very costly to these presidential candidates.
What happens? Yes.
Get a coalition member who was not preferably, your friend before.
What happens?
To get to understand.
What happens if the first round, no winner, runoff, no winner? What happens? Wakili.
Okay. First, once you see, like in a presidential, if around the first round, there's no clear winner. Like let's say you have 8 candidates.
Then we have the top 2.
The top 2. So with the top 2, you see, 8 of them will have to get above there. Like that one, there's a runoff. Yeah, any of them will get the majority because it's only 2 people. Now, any of them will beat the other. Automatically becomes now the leader, because whichever way, if you look at it, when you are 2 people, one person is going to, for you to win, because one person has to be over 50, the other one below 50.
Who would be happy in this situation for a runoff?
Yeah, but I think that since we have the new constitution, we've not had a situation of a runoff, and I would put my money that there will be no runoff in 2027. The reason is that if you look at our politics, at the end of the day, it's not like right now we have so many potential candidates, but then at the toward the election it will narrow down to a 2 or 3 race.
Yes,
and people will align with either house. It will be aligned at 2 or 3 race. Then people will align with either, and then the third party will trail. Will probably get less than 7%. And so I do not see a situation whereby all these candidates getting to the ballot. So at the same time, even when they do get, let's say some go even to the ballot, we've had even I think in even previously we've had sometimes whereby candidates having a number of candidates, but at the end of the day you get that. Others trailing, they get less than a few 100,000 of votes, some even less than 100,000. So I don't foresee it going. And then even right now, as it is for the opposition, like you could give it to you are giving that issue of where Matiang'i and Kalonzo and Sifuna being together.
Yes.
In the opposition, even if those 3 were to come together, as I've told you, politics also goes, also the issue of tribal politics. Without, let's say, somebody like Gachagua,
yes,
the opposition would be limping.
Who would be at risk? Dan, before you respond to that, you can also tie the 2. So we have a runoff.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just expand the debate a little bit. We have a runoff and top 2 candidates. Of course, number 1, who will be leading, let's say, 38%, or 41%, whatever it is, and number 2, another percent somewhere thereabout. So now what happens in this situation? Who has a lot of work to do, heavy lifting, in the second round?
Well,
number 2 or number 1?
I think
Because
it is for me. My thought would be that both the candidates must work out to get the simple
Not number one
majority.
having a lot of work, having exhausted all the avenues.
I mean, runoffs are politically extreme moments where opinions are taken to the extremes. And I agree that sometimes one of the things that we always disputing is the fact that the current upcoming elections, we might not have these traditional thoughts of saying that you either been this camp or not. I don't think so. I don't think opinion polls are equally pointing that as we move towards 2027, there is a majority that are not yet decided. And majority that are not yet decided, some of these are probably young people who are going to the ballot for the first time and still wondering who is the preferred presidential candidate.
There's a lot of work.
So there is a lot of work to do. That's why I'm telling you that we cannot sit pretty and say, you know, as we are used to this politics, we'll get a two-horse race. It might not be. It might not be. We still have work. So that's why I'm disputing this fact and answering your question that whether it is number one or number two, when it comes to a runoff, it's a matter to them now. It's a matter of winning and doing. So opinions might be pulled to the extreme that even number one might think he might have a simple work to do. Yet number two might form a simple majority that can knock out number one.
The simple thing right now here is we take a break.
All right.
That's very.
By Odegaard, he's hit it deep. He's got Pickford committed. Anybody coming under the overlap, Pickford is down and play will be halted. And Norway will say, hang on a sec. Protesting, and he's been cautioned by Turpin.
Oyer's right. I mean, Pickford came into his own man, knows exactly what he's doing. We just touched on that earlier on. Yeah, that's got to hurt, but that's your job. You came out and you went and nailed your own player while you punched the ball away. I feel he knows what he's doing. Irish just frustration. He's not one of the ones booked. I think they only had Noosa taking a yellow card into this game, so.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first. You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Amolo Simba, an advocate of the High Court and political analyst, as well as Daniel Orogo, who is political analyst and governance expert. He's also aspiring to be a member of parliament, Kibra constituency. Gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. I have to say that I've received an apology from Mheshimiwa Bernard Kitu, member of parliament, that is Nandi Hills. He said that he won't make it to the show. He has an urgent appointment. Basically, that's to Olkalau. So, yes, we will understand that he's always been here on the show. So, Mheshimiwa, duty calls. All right. The show continues nevertheless. So now, Dan, I ask a question. The second round, he's here. And you said there's no clear winner. But it is one of the most expensive affairs to go for a runoff. Amolo, the question I'll also put to you is, who would be so happy to attempt for a second round?
Okay.
Number one or number two?
The thing is, for a runoff, it becomes a very tricky affair.
Yes.
If, for example, assuming the hypothetical situation that the elections went as it by the opinion polls, and then there is a runoff, maybe the opposition at that time, maybe it would be their time to say, okay, guys, we went separately, we didn't...
So now let's come together.
Now let's come together. In that case, they would, let's say, have an advantage. But then if you look at a time of runoff, it is a lot of horse trading, because now each person comes and says that these are the people who are not going to the ballot, like because it remains to now, assuming it's Kalonzo and Ruto. Each of them will be trying to appeal to the other candidates. Like you say, Kalonzo is appealing to Sifuna, is trying to appeal to Matiang'i and the likes. While also, at the same time, also Ruto will be trying to, behind the scenes, there will be a lot of horse trading. What is it that you have to give? So it's,
and that is the time we see even some opposition leaders crossing to...
the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you can't say to certainty that this would have the advantage, because at the end of the day it will happen, it will depend on what somebody has to offer. But let's assume that all those who vote in the opposition do not want President Ruto, that they're saying that anybody but Ruto. In that hypothetical scenario, then whoever is in the runoff from the opposition side definitely can be able to win all these other people, because let's say all these other people are saying, okay, we voted for different candidates, but all we didn't want was President Ruto. But again, in Kenyan politics, we've seen that there's nothing that is impossible under the sun. During that time, there can be a lot of shifting. You'd be surprised maybe somebody who was a dire opposition shifting to the government side. We've seen unlikely alliances even with during the time of the late Prime Minister, where we had this handshake with Ruto. Nobody would have predicted that, or at the time that...
That was a post-election agreement.
Yes. So you see, at that time, during the runoff, it will be also more like a post-election agreement in the sense that you're looking at it at the time that people will be having the discussion. It will be like, I'll be telling you that, okay, Victor, Simba here, I'm likely to win. I just remain, I have 40%. I just need you to give me your 10%. Then I'm going to give you 30% of government. Like, yeah, that's what it will be. And if I'm able to negotiate with you, at that time I'll be approaching you that if you give me your 10%, I give you 30% of government. At the same time, here Dan will be promising you that he'll give you 40% of government. So you'll be now the girl who's everybody's chasing. Like,
So these are very clear. It is quite open that even all these opposition leaders, they have an agenda. And the way you would say, Dan, you say you have an interest. Is it safe to say that even these opposition leaders, some of them are working for a particular cause?
Yes.
That should they not get the votes that they want to be presidential candidates, then they're eyeing a particular candidate, either the incumbent who has like only 10%, the way you're saying, and we're good to go. 30% is yours, you're going to get these parastatal heads, you're going to get One or two of them has an agenda.
Did you hear that one of those sentiments from one of those on the polling said that they are sitting in a government of shares?
Yes.
You heard that?
Yes.
It is a clear indication that the conversing that goes around politics is a convergence of sharing and of interest. So, and this is what I keep on saying is, listen, the opinion polls have pointed out that majority of Kenyans who are supporting these presidential candidates, some of them are from their own background, politics, of ethnicity. It is about your ticket being a representative of the community's interest.
Yes.
Now, the opinion polls further says that Honorable Edwin Sifuna has got a growing following from Western Kenya. The Honorable, Kalonzo Musyoka is having a majority following from, the eastern part of this country. Save for Honorable William Ruto, of course, which have got, majority, a second majority following from the Rift and Nyanza, because the interests are at stake, and I agree with what Wakili is saying, that some of this conversation, and it's going to get heated, Victor. Should we have a point where there is no clear winner, few months to the election, the conversing is going to be very intensive. You know, the horse trading is going to be very, very intensive, to the point where you'll see miracles. You're going to see smoke coming out from these political tea breaks that you're talking about. And surprises that is going to surprise so many Kenyans. And when we were seated last time in the conversation, we were asking ourselves, between the functions of united opposition, where the faces of established legacy politicians are there, and Linda Mwananchi, you remember that debate?
Yes, yes.
Who is probably likely to cross over when push comes to shove? All right?
I don't know what to do.
And remember, Honorable William Ruto is an incumbent. And remember, his political mechanics have been before. That once we get into power, one of the things you have to do during pre-election is to fold your party.
Who is reading?
You understand?
Who is reading Baba's textbook here?
So you understand?
I don't know, but without pointing any finger, is there anybody who just went and picked the Baba's handbook?
I mean, ODM is ODM. Baba's handbook has been in that you cannot do a political horse trading. If Baba was there, and I agree with what Paul Mwangi said, if Baba was there and he was not vying, he would ask Sifuna to be in the opposition. He would ask Uburu to be in government. I can bet this 100%.
But maybe just to add something, you see, Kenyan politics is never based on principles, because all these people, like you look at them, they've been in a coalition with each other at some point. They've worked together at some point. So it is everybody who is vying here, they're not vying just for purposes of just making a point. You saw, let me just take you back to the last election, 2022. There's a time when there was Okoa Kenya, there was which had Kalonzo, Kina Wetangula, Mudavadi, and they were like becoming like a third force, And even there were argument that if they went, there was Raila, Ruto, and these people would be a third force. But then at the time when we saw, like toward the end of the election, and as that saying, towards the election time, people sit down and look at it. Do I have the numbers to win, or if I don't have them, like who do I negotiate with? At that time, you saw the Wetangula team, Wetangula and Mudavadi went to Ruto with that earthquake declaration. And you see at that time, President Ruto was desperate to get his numbers up, because it was now clear that it's him and Raila and the stakes were so high. Very disparate too. So offer them, there was that thing where Gachagua always talk about shareholding, about 30% of government given to, there were Mudavadi and Wetangula. They crossed to that side. Kalonzo on this other side crossed to Raila's side. So at the end of the day, at some point reality is going to dawn on all these people, and they're going to look like, is it that I just want to be at the ballot for the sake of being in the ballot? Or do I want to a situation of using my numbers? Because if you already push at least, let's say by around December, somebody can see that, okay, this is what you can marshal. It becomes easier to negotiate at that time. Yes. And that's why some of these people are not in a hurry to negotiate today. They want to negotiate later when
they want to form some strong muscle.
I am seeing something on the screen as well, that something interesting about the popularity of the parties. Because if that can be, I saw that UDA is
it popular?
Is becoming a popular party, and the ODM is it could be interesting also to look at that fact, because we have seen an upsurge of registration of political parties. That should also click something on our mind.
Yeah.
That the register of political parties have noted that as we head to the elections, so many, now we have over 90 political parties in Kenya. How many do you know? How many do you know? So what is this surge in the political parties registration? You know, with very funny symbols. You know,
what is the reason for negotiation?
It is definitely for negotiation what we are talking about.
But you can have a political party with no numbers.
No, but remember, political parties, some of these are for the optics. And remember when...
Exactly, yes.
Do you remember when folding of political parties and forming the Jubilee parties? What came out was that all those political parties, the 12 of them that were folded, were for the opinion that that preferred presidential candidate was the one that fits the bill. So it creates... It doesn't matter. Politics, it doesn't matter. It is creating a perception that within our small political parties in our regions and our ethnicities, our belief is that we can fold our political parties and support this candidate. ANC folded, the House, and now is in UDA. Everyone now, formed a UDA party, save for Wetangula's party and the rest of the political parties who have not folded their camps here to join, the United Democratic Alliance. But it could be interesting, Victor, again, to look at. I see it's popular at 22%. That is UDA, and ODM is now at 21%. Do we say that the decline of the ODM popularity is based on the two factions that are now pulling aside in the ODM?
Based on the political party, let me just put some points there. According to the survey, Dr. William Ruto also needs to gain significant additional backing to avoid a runoff, which is more unpredictable. It continues, ODM allied to party leader Raila Odinga has since declared support for President William Ruto's bid to another term. But going by the survey findings, the broad-based government must gain additional ground, possibly through new alliances to secure victory. So we have got UDA, we have got ODM, but they must have additional alliances.
Yes.
Where will this alliance come from? Which political party?
So,
because the opposition have also stuck on their guns and say, for us, we're here. So now that's where that is talking about horse trading and the highest bidder.
Yes.
And a lot of tea is going to be taken this time around.
You see, first, just to comment on the increase in political parties right now, the upsurge, maybe I can give some business advice for somebody who is an entrepreneur right now. Part of the thing is forming a political party would be a way, toward the election, it has always happened whereby there are people, you form a political party, have it as a briefcase, just sit at home.
Yes.
Then around the time of when people are scrambling for party tickets, you camp somewhere around IBC headquarters, and anybody who does not have a ticket, you say 300,000 for MP, you can make some good money, some millions. I think there are people who have always done that. Of course, now the option of somebody going independent if you're not picked by a party. Of course, the requirement for you to resign from political party before you go to independent. But there are always these small parties. They've always made a lot of money toward the election time where you, let's say, ODM, and around the election time, I see ODM does not favor me. They prefer Dan as the candidate. I'll look for whatever political party. It could be TIP, where nobody knows of it, but at that time I'm desperate for a party. They tell me, okay, we give you the ticket, give us $1 million and all these things. So sometimes they've been there for business, some of these political parties, not that they are really serious on, like in terms of gaining support. But then also when you're talking about the requirement for, like neither party, whether you're talking about the broad-based, they would need certain allowances for them to be able to, like toward the election time. Yes, there's going to be that upsurge in allowances, and I think even right now, I'm sure there are a lot of backroom negotiations whereby trying to who is whom. some of these people who are in whatever side, they are still playing hard to get, because in politics also it's a matter of negotiation.
Yes.
If you go easily, your bargain, you'll be cheap, like you'll be bought at a penny.
Should this worry ODM? Yeah. Because ODM is a big party, and we've always seen in the past how ODM would marshal numbers, but even with, quote unquote, with the system, they're not able to garner 50+1 comfortably, ODM and UDA, as it is right now.
Okay, you see...
That is 22-21?
Yeah. I think that ODM, the truth of the matter is that ODM, as it is currently, is not the same as ODM before Baba left. Okay, because at the end of the day, I think that in Nyanza still it's going to get majority, like it has majority support. Of course, not 100% like as it was during Baba's time. Yes, there's going to be, in terms of division, because at the end of the day, even I suspect even some of the various, even those that are going to support William Ruto, let's say the courts, they may want to negotiate on their own, because if you look at it, there's the Oburu, Baba would, whatever time, even when he was going to a coalition, he had this compact following that he could, even if he was doing the negotiation, he would bring all that following on board. Right now with Baba going, I think that unifying force, I don't think that there is anybody within ODM who has that stature, even close to Baba. So yes, ODM will have some numbers in the negotiation, but I don't think they'll be able to negotiate as it was when Baba was. Because when Baba was alive, Baba could demand, let's say, if going to the election right now, would have told President Ruto, I want 50% of government.
Yes. And he would deliver.
Yes. So right now, they would negotiate from a weak point.
And I think I also add in that the breakaway functions of ODM has probably cheapened the bargaining power of the Orange Democratic Movement. And I agree with what Wakili Simba is saying, is that the unifying big figure, the big man that was holding ODM together, unfortunately, is not with us. And that there is no one that probably can fill his shoes in terms of marshalling the support of a united Orange Democratic Movement as a party. And I normally pity the Linda ground functions, because when it comes to political negotiation, Dr. William Ruto will ask ODM, what are you bringing on board? Because he will ask, now that one of your breakaway functions of Linda Mwananchi
is giving a run for your money.
Giving a run for your money.
I can opt for that.
What are you bringing on board? So with also their declining in popularity is a significant factor that the Orange Democratic Movement has to call it out in order and iron out, because that will be one of the discussion points in the negotiation now when people go to the table. Remember what we are talking about, that the president would at any point avoid a runoff. And for him, that would mean that any negotiation must be significant, must bring in significant numbers. Number two,
just a question,
so that I don't lose my trail of thought.
Continue.
Number two is the complications within the demarcation during election. Parties within the alliances cannibalizing one another. Remember, this was one of the pitfalls that happened in the Raila Odinga's functions in 2022. We had so many political parties that were forming Azimio. And remember, some of these aspirants and candidates were disgruntled, because when it came to the matters of demarcating within those areas, they were told, however much big and following you are, you have to step down.
Yes.
In Nairobi here, the Honorable Tim Wanyonyi was asked to step down for Honorable Igathe. Remember, that is also probably what is being cited.
Yes.
That gave Honorable Sakaja a free hand in Nairobi. So remember now, ODM has walked into with UDA. And don't forget that UDA has got a foray in Nyanza. Yeah, we have UDA very strongly organized in Nyanza region. And that is now where you see a lot of push back within the Wanga's functions and zoning and the rising of PS, interior. That is Dr. Raymond Omolo, who was a stronghold in the UDA functions structure in the Nyanza region. So these are the things I'm telling you that if ODM functions is not careful within the pro-coalition arrangement, then that is number 3, Victor. That we
I also want to ask this question.
You can write. Your question is I would be very interested to know the rating of the growing of political parties, because I believe my party is a growing political party, and it has not been mentioned in the growing political parties. So this could be very interesting. If my candidate, the CJ, is mentioned in the polls, then my political party, I need to know the significant number that we are growing in Simba's political party. So it could be quite interesting to know, the statistics that, that is coming out of this opinion polls. Thank you.
The question I wanted to ask, what if ODM remained united? Without all these fractions, Linda Mwananchi and Linda Ground. What do you think could have happened for the UDA and ODM merger?
If ODM remained united, like taking Baba's supporters being intact,
yes,
and he went into a coalition with Ruto for the election, then I think that by early in the morning they would already call it, they would be able to win. But then you look at it in politics, people are governed by interests, that even if like when Baba had the handshake, you get that he did not carry the entire team carry the entire team with him on board, because at the end of the day, people look at their interests. Like when it is sometimes while when you're a presidential candidate, you could have all these people who are able to vote for you.
Yes.
But when you support another party, you may not be able to transfer the entire support 100%. Like there will be some people who are like, at the end of the day, people will look at their interests, like somebody will feeling that, okay, when you're coming on this other side, are you bring us along? Are we associated with you? So with Baba alive, had he been still alive, him supporting Ruto, he would have given Ruto a good, of course not 100%, because some people would have still been disgruntled, but at least he would have given him up, and I think they would be President Ruto would be sleeping well right now.
I want to ask a very, I know this is far-fetched. So someone would say, President William Ruto secures second term, goes up to 2032. One funny thing is at 32%. We're talking about 2032. Coincidence. Kalonzo Musyoka has 13, and Sifuna has 12. Sifuna is there, all right? Kalonzo Musyoka right now is 72 years old.
Yeah.
William Ruto, president, shall have served his second term. What are you seeing for Sifuna? I've just thrown this question to 2032.
Yeah. I think that
if all factors remain constant,
all factors 2032, like if they say a day in politics is such a long time, now 5 years in politics is such a long time. I think that for Sifuna, if he continues just being consistent, he has a bright future. He has the energy, he has the intellect, he has age in his advantage, because all factors still constant. It still has many active years in his life, because, so like, even for the next over 20 years, he can still play politics energetically. So if he remains consistent, definitely he has a rising star. Unless, let's say, something, he makes mistakes here and there. But if he just keeps the path, his star is rising.
This question was just perhaps is an advice to him. It was to remain constant. I hope he's listening.
He would be 40s and 50s headed there.
Exactly.
Still energetic. Hey man, remember when Raila was at that age? What was really the guy was giving a lot of headache to the incumbent presidents and all. The energy, the intellect, the political wisdom that a young, vibrant, intellectual,
that's around 2002,
intellectual politician can have, the impact he can have in the person of Sifuna, who has learned from Raila. you can imagine what advantage Sifuna can have for 20, is it 2037 or
2032?
2032 coming could be all his political brightness actually begins probably post 2032. And this is what I'm saying is, you see even his rating, the belief young people has in him, the belief the united opposition have in young vibrant politician, his stature, his integrity and boldness, just becoming decisive on certain issues. And I think what works for the opposition, and I keep urging the opposition, what works for the opposition is to get a ticket that it's representative for the aspirations of the people of Kenya, Victor. In the opposition, it is not a matter of getting a presidential candidate. It's a matter of getting a Kenyan presidential candidate. Those are two different things.
Yes.
There is the issue of looking at who is probably to win, but there is also the issues of who is probably to govern Kenya.
Okay, all right.
Those are things that should be considered.
It's top of the hour,
yeah.
8 a.m. Time runs so fast. We take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Will also be the last parade.
Hello, this is Giselle Fernandez, Ambassador of Mexico to Kenya. Thank you, KBC, for bringing the game of the FIFA World Cup closer to us. Mexico has been thrilled of welcoming, of showing our culture, of receiving everyone with open arms in this tournament. We are also grateful for our Kenyan fans that have followed this match and that have been able to experience from their own seats the joy of this tournament. Finally, for Mexico, this is a historical moment. It has been the third time that my country has hosted a World Cup. So we wish all the teams that have played this tournament a really exciting one. So this will be a really nice experience for all of you to remember. Thank you for watching.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
All right, welcome back. Now, just to take a quick wrap on this discussion. So, Dan, a quick one, not Dan, Simba.
Yeah.
So, the question I want to ask you is, we have the favorite ticket, that is President William Ruto and Professor Kindiki, still at the park, ahead of the park, that is. What of other combination, what would be your combination, your lineup randomly. Just pick any candidate randomly and put there your own survey.
Okay, so on one hand,
remember Dan is here, and Dan also has his presidential candidate.
On one hand, we'll most likely have President Ruto and Kindiki. On the other hand, I think that for the opposition, maybe giving it as Kalonzo Sifuna ticket may really excite people. Of course, its success depends on being able to unite the entire, rally the entire opposition behind it, like all the other candidates behind them. If the two, like opposition united, and we have, let's say, Kalonzo Sifuna on the top of the ticket, they can give President Ruto a run for his money.
Kalonzo Sifuna. Yeah. Or Sifuna, Kalonzo and anybody else?
Kalonzo Sifuna, the other person would excite so much. I think that Kalonzo Sifuna ticket.
That you still tap with that? Yes. Okay, Dan?
Well, I see Sifuna Maraga ticket as a very, very strong ticket on integrity and boldness to deal with the issue about corruption and the rule of law. I have been saying that while before even we signed off for the break, I said something probably so profound that Kenyans are excited about the names and the legacy politicians, but at the end of the day, they're asking, if we vote this, how would it look like post-election period?
Yeah.
And I think those are conversations that are beginning to shape up, not with a lot of respect to the opposition candidates. And I know there's a number of issues coming up to say, because of numbers, I have 7 million, I have these kind of numbers. But in the process, in the mind of unity, in the mind of, giving Kenyans a fresh relief and a fresh candidacy and a fresh sigh of relief post-election.
Yeah.
I see these two individuals as a very strong ticket in the rule of law, integrity and fight for corruption to deliver the services for Kenyans.
Yes.
So I think I would still stick with that ticket until then.
Very good.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, we have to wrap it up. But then, a question. Today we have a very interesting match. Let's come back to football a little bit. I want you to give me your predictions. France, Spain.
Yeah.
Simba.
I think France will take it.
France will take it. On regular time or extra time, penalties?
Maybe extra time. Yeah, maybe extra time. It will be a tough one, but France will,
Okay.
Yeah.
Daniel, you've been following these things from the one.
I am conflicted. My Arsenal guys are in both teams, so I am a conflicted follower. That my Saliba is there,
yes.
my Merino is in this. So may I say that may the best team proceed?
Pick your battles.
So as a Pan-Africanist and as one who believes that Africans do better, I favor France.
It's like you're saying that Arsenal
but I think most important thing, we also need to congratulate our starlets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was coming to that.
Yeah.
I was coming to that. Actually, right now they're having...
It's under 17 or under...
Under 17.
Yeah.
The girls have done very well.
Marvelous.
They have secured their second successive move to the under 17 World Cup, Women World Cup, to be held in Morocco. And right now, there is that function happening in the State House. The president with the girls for some breakfast, which is very good.
Very motivational. I hope they also work with a reward.
Yes.
Let's give the credit where it's due. Our president has done so well to encourage the sportsmen and women that when you put our country on the map, then you get a reward for being patriotic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they beat South Africa 5-1 on aggregate in the finals. That made them to seal their second successive move to FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup. And I think if the Kenyan football would be performing like this, I believe Kenya would be somewhere. But we wish them all the best. Director, are we ready to move to the breakfast meeting at State House? All right. So my colleague Dismas Sotuke is the reporter in State House, and let's just cross over and see what's happened. But before then, I have to thank Kiomolo Simba, who is an advocate of the High Court and also political analyst. Asante sana. Daniel Orogo is also a political analyst and governance expert. and also MP aspirant. Straight to State House. Dismas.
Sana studio, tunakujia mbashara kutoka ikulu ya Nairobi, ambapo leo kuna hafla kubwa hapa katika ikulu hii, ambapo Rais William Ruto anapokea timu mbili za kinadada za mchezo wa soka, ni Harambee Starlets ikiwa ni timu ile ya wanawake na pia timu ya chipukizo wasiozidi umri wa miaka 17 ambayo ni Junior Starlets. Kumbuka timu hizi mbili zimefanya vizuri majuzi. Timu ya Harambee Starlets ni kwamba imefuzu kuelekea michuano ya AFCON, kombe la bara Afrika, kwa mara ya pili tangu mwaka 2016, wakati timu ya Rising Starlets ni kwamba imefuzu kuelekea kombe la dunia kwa mara pia ya pili, watakuwa naelekea kule Morocco baadaye mwaka huu. Kwa hivyo ni hafla ambayo rais atakuwa anaikabidhi bendera ya taifa kwa timu ya Starlets ambayo inaelekea kombe la bara Afrika AFCON, alafu timu ya pili ambayo itakuwa inatuzwa ni timu ya Rising Starlets ambayo pia imefuzu kuelekea kombe la dunia baadaye mwaka huu. Kumbuka ni hafla ambayo itakuwa inaanza muda si muda tokea sasa. Tunasubiri wachezaji pamoja na maafisa wa shirikisho la soka nchini FKF, halikadhalika vile vile maafisa wa serikali wako hapa kiongozwa na waziri wa mchezo Salim Mvurya kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hii inaenda ilivyopangwa, ambapo timu ya taifa timu mbili hapa tunazungumzia timu ya Rising Starlets pamoja na timu ya Harambee Starlets ambazo zinapokelewa hapa katika ikulu rasmi baada ya kuandikisha matokeo mufti katika michuano ile ya kimataifa. Tutakuwa tunakujuza hivi punde wakati rais atakapoingia hapa kuweza kuanza hafla hii rasmi kutoka hapa ikulu ya Nairobi. Na kurejesha moja kwa moja hadi studio zetu za Broadcasting House. Tutakuwa tunakwenda mbashara muda si muda tokea sasa.
Everybody laughed. They're not laughing now. He scored a big goal to get England back into this game before half-time, and now they're looking for another one. He scored 2 in a minute against Mexico. Trying to do the same here. England buoyant. Harry Kane! Got a lot behind it. Good save, Neelan. Low, strong, impactful, but Neelan in the right place.
Naitwa Armstrong Yatich, form ni KBC tangu kitambo, kuwatch wana stream game ya World Cup zote, fan wa Belgium, nimekuwa nikifuatilia tangu kitambo.
Mimi ni fan wa France, nimekuwa nikisupport France tangu kitambo. Tuna hope hii season tutachukua na tunajitambua. Kuwakumbusha tu World Cup iko KBC, wasewa watch World Cup hapo hivyo KBC channel 1.
Majina yangu naitwa Victor Nzaro. Mimi nilikuwa na support Congo lakini juu imetolewa na support Argentina, Messi to the World Cup.
Kwa majina ni Douglas Gitonga na mimi ni mkaji hapa OK na niko na support KF lakini sasa kwa sababu ilienda home na support France.
Pindi tunapowasha vifaa vyetu, tunapata fursa ya kutangamana na wasikilizaji wetu.
Karibu sana thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Rwiga.
Tunapeperusha utangazaji uliobobea katika habari,
nĩ ũndũ wa macio na mangĩ maingĩ,
burudani,
haha nĩ harĩa tũkoragwo tũkĩigua nyĩmbo mwaki nyĩmbo hota
na hamasisho la kiroho. Usiachwe nyuma, jiunge nasi kwa safari ya kufana katika 99.5 FM. Shoro FM. Shoro FM.
And welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migu. Now, let's talk matters entrepreneurship, how you can turn your passion into profit. Now, we are living in a world that is seeing advancements in technology, digital platforms, and also changing labor markets. And they're dictating or created a situation where, or an economy where people can build businesses around skills that were once considered as hobbies. You know, we are talking about photography, matters of content creation, graphic design, and so on. And when you look at it, the conversation now shifts from whether passion can make you money, but now it gravitates towards the idea of how or what transforms passion into a profitable and sustainable business. And even when your hobby becomes a source of employment, a way to put food on the table, it can be quite a challenge. So we just want to understand how you can turn everything in something that is profitable. And for that conversation in studio, I'm joined by Isha Dunga. Isha Dunga is a business and personal finance coach and also CEO, Ecovest Consultants Limited. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well.
Yes. Niko salama kabisa. Great. We are also expecting to have Joshua Njohi. Joshua is a filmmaker, content creator, and a photographer. Let's get into it, Dunga. When you look at the whole idea of having a business from passion, if you have skills like photography, content creation, and in a country where unemployment and underemployment continue to push young people towards self-employment, what transforms passion into something that is profitable and sustainable?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Mike. It is very important we get to understand that the people that have become very much economically enabled are the people that have been able to pursue their passion,
yes,
and have been able to correctly utilize that passion and turn it into profits. In most of the times, we've had several people saying that they are passionate about something, but then they just stop there, simply passionate, and that is all. But then it's a point of time that we get to notice that when we turn the passion that we have into something that is productive enough, then that is what can be able to create an element of economic viability.
Yes.
To a person, to a society, to an individual.
Yes.
I can be able to tell you that in the rankings of how people are economically enabled, we will have probably entrepreneurs and business people at the top. We are also followed by talent, then followed by probably high net worth employees, probably CEOs of serious high corporations.
Yes.
So that tells you the role that is being played by those people that have been able to turn their their passion into profit. And an instance that I will be able to bring to you is about someone who loves football, for instance.
Yeah.
One of the richest people that we have ever known that exists are footballers. Some of them are, NBAs, others are athletes. Others are those who probably do even storytelling. I've been able to see one of the people that are creating content around storytelling.
Allow me to cut you short a little bit. We sought your microphone a little bit. But this is something, whatever you are saying is very true, because we've seen footballers turn their talent into something that is sustainable, and also people with hands-on skills like photography, editing, graphic design, but there's the aspect of being a creative and the other aspect of it being a business, which is something very important and needs to be understood, because we have many creatives who are highly skilled, but they struggle to build businesses, because when you look at commercial success, it calls for more than just talent. One has to look at it from a business angle. One has to look at it from an angle that they can make something out of it. And also, so this becomes a very important issue to deal with in as far as entrepreneurship in general is concerned. And so if you can take it up from where you left.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as I was explaining, that the level of economic viability of individuals, or probably the net worth of persons,
yes,
you know, most of the times you'll realize that people who are working on their passions are making quite of a huge amount of money. Those who are also, working on their talents are making a lot of money. But then just talent and passion without getting the angle of monetizing that particular talent or particular skill that you're having, if you don't have the ability to monetize and look at the entrepreneurial perspective of that particular ability, then it becomes very difficult for you to make money. You will find very much talented people out here. Somebody is good even in storytelling. There are people that when they start telling stories,
yes,
and they sit down and they start talking, many people will always be longing for them to continue talking. But you see, little do they know that that is something that is inward in them, is domiciled in them, that can be turned into something viable. I've been able to watch a certain YouTube channel that is simply telling stories. The last time I checked, that YouTube channel has got 1 million subscribers.
1 million.
So what do you think that YouTube is earning to this guy? It tells you that when you can correctly and accurately turn your passion and make it to be monetized in the best way, then it is possible for you to make a lot of money. In the digitized world that we are having today,
yes,
so many things can be put outside there. There are a lot of things to do with probably somebody is good in, let's say, you are someone who is good in, you're an analytic in nature, or probably you become, you're quite critic in terms of you critique ideas. And you can be able to get probably those ideas that have been floated out there and then critique them. But then using that, you can be able to monetize it through looking at some of the ideas that have been proposed, and then you critique and then you monetize that particular perspective. Another thing is about getting to understand the concepts of business, even as you're trying to turn your passion into profits. You look at the elements of the understanding of the business. If you do not understand what we mean by pricing, if you do not understand what we mean by positioning, if you do not understand what we mean by creating a niche, because even as you're going to turn your passion into profit.
Allow me to cut you short a little bit.
Yes.
I'm told we need to cross over to State House, where the president is hosting Harambee Starlets for a breakfast meeting, which is slated to start just about. If you can cross over and just listen in.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the junior stars, Omari Cheche, head coach. First assistant coach, Ann Onyango. Jersey number 1, Michelle Okoyo. Jersey number 23, Valerie Achieng. Jersey number 18, Martha Wekomba. Jersey number 5, Faith Bokeh. Jersey number 22, Ida Ouma. Jersey number 20, Brenda Award. Jersey number 14, Tabitha Wamboi. Jersey number 24, Mwanakombo Bakari. Jersey number 9, Brenda Achieng. Jersey number 17, Emily Mbuya. Jersey number 16, Ruth Baraza. Jersey number 25, Clarice Demba. Jersey number 22, Beryl Okumu. Jersey number 10, Flavia Katenje. Jersey number 21, Noelina Akuku. Jersey number 7, Elizabeth Opio. Jersey number 3, Ify Nora. Jersey number 26, Jael Simiu. Jersey number 4, Daisy Obuya. Jersey number 2, Grace Mumo. Jersey number 6, Gaudancia Maloba. Jersey number 8 and Vice Captain, Lindy Atieno. Jersey number 13 and second vice captain, Pauline Sylvia Namisi. And finally, number 15 and captain, Beverly Otieno. And now, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Harambee Starlets. Head coach, Beldin Lilian Acheng Odemba. First assistant coach, Jacqueline Akoth Juma. Jersey number 1, Vivian Shionzo. Jersey number 3, Makoha Vivian Nasaka. Jersey number 4, Mary Thambi. Jersey number 5, Leah Andiema. Jersey number 6, Lona Nyarinda Nyabuto. Jersey number 7, Charlene Opisa. Jersey number 8, Martha Amunyolete. Jersey number 9, Teresa Engesha. Jersey number 10, Marion Musanga Serenge. Jersey number 11, Nora Ann. Jersey number 12, Mercy Akinyi Airo. Jersey number 13, Elizabeth Ochaka. Jersey number 14, Charlene Ambengele. Jersey number 15, Valerie Negesa. Jersey number 16, Irene Madalena. Jersey number 17, Egle Muhuana. Jersey number 18, Anedi Kundu Kwamasi. Jersey number 19, Violet Nanjala Wanyonyi. Jersey number 21, Fasila Adhiambo Omondi. Jersey number 22, Euphrasia Silwato. Jersey number 23, Lillian Award. Jersey number 24, Mango Enes Mudaizi. Jersey number 20 and Vice Captain, Ruth Ingosi. And finally, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the captain and jersey number 2, Jereko Mwanalima Adam.
I'll request the captain to remain on stage and allow me, Your Excellency, to invite Beverlyn Owor, Captain Junior Starlets, to now receive the flags and fly the Kenyan flag high. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. This is definitely a historic moment as His Excellency officially flags them off to represent Kenya. We'll have His Excellency hand over the flags to the two captains. Then, as we do that, I'll request that we all be upstanding as we're going to have the national anthem playing after that. Your Excellency, you may hand over the flag. Makofi kwake. That's Beverlyn Owor, Captain Junior Starlets, and also Mwanalima Adam will receive a flag from His Excellency the President. Makofi tena kwake. Harambee Starlets. As we remain standing, we'll now have the Kenyan national anthem, the anthem. Your Excellency, you may now come and take your sitting position as we also allow the captains to take their sitting positions. I'll also, at this point, invite Pauline Namisi to kindly come and say a short prayer to bless the breakfast we're about to have. Pauline Namisi, if you may kindly come as we remain standing to say our prayer for our breakfast.
Tuamini na tuombe. Mungu Baba, Mungu Mwana, Mungu Roho Mtakatifu, Baba tunakuja mbele zako asubuhi ya leo Jehova, tukipa sifa na shukrani kwa yale yote uliyotutendea makuji ya maisha yetu Mfalme. Baba tunatazama, tunataka kuanza mkutano huu Jehova. Tunaomba ukaweze kuanza nasi na umalize nasi. Sifa na shukrani tutakushia tukisema ni asante. Tutakapo kunywa chai yetu Jehova, acha ukaweze kuibariki Jehova, na ni katika jina lako takatifu nimeomba na kuamini.
Naomba kwa heshima tuweze kuketi. Your Excellency, before we progress to the speeches, allow us to just see a short video that gives us the highlights of how the Harambee Starlets and the Junior Starlets got to where they are. The highlights, please.
Kunayo captain wa Kenya Beverlyn Owor Otieno wanafanya madhambi hapa, 10 mgongoni, hatari, goal! Anafunga goli muhimu hapa captain wa timu ya Bantwana Kajireho Malebana. Dakika ya 5 Afrika Kusini inachukua uongozi hapa ndani ya Stadio de Nyayo. Songa wanapandishwa hadi wafike sini. Weka kule, goal! Gaudensia Maloba anawapa sababu ya kutabasamu mashabiki. Amenyatia kwelikweli kwenye lango lake Dakalo Mafumo. Wanapiga densi kwelikweli hapa, wanasema safari ya kuelekea Morocco inakomaa sasa. Gaudensia Maloba, Kenya. Ameingia kwa uzuri kabisa. Nguvu Pialis. Kwajua tuta. Kwajua penalty hapa ameingia na kusababisha Liz Acheng Opiyo. Dakika 85 hapa. Brenda sasa. Brenda! Goal! Wanaandika goli muhimu hapa. Nyota wa Madira Brenda Ward. Dakika 87. Jezi namba 20 mgongoni. Ameonyesha ustadi wa hali ya juu. Ameonyesha ufundi wa hali ya juu. Ameonyesha umahiri wake hapa. Na hivi ndio ilianza. Mwalimu Kumalo amekubali yaishe. Amesema yamekwisha ndani ya stadio de Nyayo. Hakuna muujiza ambao utatokea tena. Ndio taifa Nyayo. Wanajua Bakere Shakiri. Wanajua Afrika kumekucha. Wanapanda tena Kenya. Wanaingia tena Kenya. Nguvu mpya. Liz goal!
Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, Honorable Salim Mvurya, Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Elijah Mwangi, Principal Secretary for Sports, FKF President Hussein Mohammed, Monalima Adam, Captain for Harambee Starlets, Beverlyn Owor, Captain for Junior Starlets, team officials present, members of Parliament, and all invited guests. Your Excellency, to start us off, would like to hear from the captains of the two teams, and allow me to start with Beverlyn Owor, Captain Junior Starlets. Aje anene machache na tueleze vile walifika pale. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali akija. Beverlyn Owor, njoo tueleze vile mmefika mahali mmefika. Karibu sana.
His Excellency, Mr. President, all protocols observed, good morning. First of all, nataka kushukuru God kwa umbali ametutoa na mahali penye tumefika leo. Ijakuwa jani rahisi, na tunashukuru pia it's a privilege to be here, na kuna wengi wetu pia, kuna wenye pia wako home wanatamani kufika place kama hapa, na si tumepata hiyo chance, na tunashukuru our president. The journey has not been easy. Tumefight na tumework, imekuwa poa, na tulitaka tupeleke Mr. President World Cup, na Mr. President, tangu nizaliwe, you are the first president kupeleka team World Cup, na trip ya kwanza tulikupeleka, ya pili tena tunakupeleka, na tunashukuru wazazi wetu kwa tupea hii chance kukuja kuwakilisha Kenya. Si easy, na at least kuje to pursue our talent. nashukuru the federation kwa kutupea the support kwa camp. Tumepata everything, hatujakosa chochote, na tunathank pia the government for the support kuleta mafans the time we needed them. Na also Mr. President, naweza sema jani jakuwa rahisi, even though kumekuwa na challenges, but tumefight, hatujangalia hizo challenges venye zinanini. Now for now that we are qualified for the World Cup, na naweza penda kusema like tuko na request Mr. President, na ya kwanza tunaomba kama unaweza provide a medical cover to all of us, all of the players, to all of the players, the technical bench. Juu unapata time mtu ameumia, mchezaji ameumia, where we are coming from ni a poor background, mzazi haizi afford kulipa the medication. Juu unapata mtu anafaa kwenda surgery, but I believe the surgery inaweza kuwa expensive, so wazazi wetu hawana hiyo pesa hiyo ku afford kulipa. So tunaomba kama unaweza tusaidia na hiyo medical cover. Then affordable houses. Tunaomba affordable houses Mr. President. Juu most of us tunatoka kwa ghetto. Unaona, like Mathare, Kibra, Kawangware, na tuseme kuna places zingine crime scenes zinapatikana, so unapata si wachezaji tunaishi huku tunaweza patikana kwa hizo some scenes. So it has not been easy with us. So tunaomba kama unaweza toka huko kwa ugeto to change at least lifestyle. Ya mwisho tunaomba kama unaweza venye ulifanyia Maboy Chan, tunaomba kama unaweza tufanyia hivyo through our parents, though all of us tunatoka poor background. Unapata hizi vitu kidogo tunapata huku camp, unapata mzazi ametumiwa, ukifika home hakuna hata kitu ile wewe mwenyewe unaweza save, unaona. Sasa tunaomba kama unaweza tufanyia hivyo through our parents na everyone wenye wako hapa, the technical bench. Na pia wa technical bench tunawashukuru sana kwa kutuaminia, na out of so many players mkatuona sisi, coach Cheche, coach Anti, coach Vijago and all the rest, tunawashukuru sana sana for the support umetupea, umetubelieve, na pia sisi hatujawaachilia, hatawaangusha. So Mr. President, tunaomba kama unaweza fanya hivyo, weka mawe. And all few remarks, Mr. President, may God bless you. Asanteni.
Beverly amejitetea kabisa. Sasa kwa heshima naomba rais uniruhusie nimwalike Mwanalima Adam ambaye ni captain wa Harambee Starlets. Tumpigie makofi akija. Pia yeye atuelezee kile ambacho wanatarajia WAFCON. Karibu sana Mwanalima.
Good morning, guys. First, naweza shukuru Mungu kwa opportunity. Si rahisi. Kuna watu wenye wametamani kushika hata mkono wa president, hawajawahi, but si leo tumeshika, tunasema ni asante. Mr. President, timu yangu tunaenda AFCON, African Cup of Nations, for the second time since 2016. Yeah, I think last AFCON tuli qualify 2016 as a Kenyan. So now Mr. President, tunaenda AFCON sisi kama Starlet. Na hao wachezaji wangu pale unawaona, wengi wao pale ni wazazi. Yeah, na nikisema mzazi namaanisha mtu mwenye alijifungua maybe akarudi ball, kitu kama hiyo. So Mr. President, wachezaji wangu hii ni step amemake. Pia sisi naomba utuangalilie kitu. Juu si rahisi. Juu after hapo pia sisi tutakupeleka World Cup. Niko sure. Kitu ingine venye Captain Junior Starlet amesema hapa, ameongea mingi sana. Kwanza tunakushukuru juu hiyo opportunity umetupea na Federation Technical Bench yetu. Wamefanya kazi fiti, si rahisi by the way Mr. President. Ndio timu iqualify ama ifike penye imefika, au watu wamecheza part kubwa sana. Juu wako na group almost 29 players. Kudeal nao watu si rahisi. Mimi mwenyewe hapa nachoka President. So kama Mr. President unaweza cheza kiwewe. Venye tu ulisema ile siku tukicheza kisisi pia utacheza kiwewe. Please tusikie kilio chetu. Juu bila sisi President usingetoka. Na maanisha sisi ni wasichana ndio tulikuleta hapa kwa dunia. So Mr. President, venye tunaongea sisi tuko na safari leo, tuna travel kwenda France. Kampi yetu ndio tuende African Cup of Nation. Venye nimesimama hapa, mambo haijaenda venye imeenda, but venye tumekuona, I hope kila kitu itakuwa safi. Wacha tutoke hapa kama tunafurahia, ndio hiyo kampu ikikuwa mzuri Mr. President. Game ya kwanza tunaanza na host Morocco. Then tucheze na Algeria, then Senegal. So naona hiyo ni group of death. Kama unaweza tuwa mkono venye unasemaga, haitakuwa mbaya pia. Imagine wasichana nataka tuka support hivi, washikilie tu hivi, utapenda. So Mr. President, pia hapa kwa timu yangu kuna makurutu. Kuna makurutu tumewatoa kwa, wametusaidia juu wameitwa pia ku represent nchi. So Mr. President, kama wanaweza toka pale pia ukawapea kakitu tu, unajua juu wamepeleka timu AFCON na bado ukaongezea kakitu, mimi ningeshukuru na I think itawa motivate zaidi. Na venye sasa tunaenda, usituachilie sisi wote na junior na venye wamekwambia sisi tumetoka kwa background mbaya sana Mr. President. Ni sisi ndio manyumbani wanatuangalia. So venye tumekuja hapa ile allowance ni divide by maybe mko 10. Sasa ile kila mtu sawa anajua sisi. Kwanza wakishatuona na wewe, sasa ni mbaya. Ni mbaya kabisa. So kama kuna dongo ikuwe nene kabisa. So Mr. President, tumeshukuru tena na tena. Sisi wote hata majuni wakienda World Cup pia na kuashua. Umeona venye wamecheza hapa, ni watu wako determine, watu wanataka wanaona mbele. So mimi naweza sema tukimalizana hapa usituachilie hivi sasa ndio baadaye tuende kwa Mr. President Hussein. Mr. President, tukishatoka hapa unaona talent venye ziko hapa. So Mr. President, tuangalie. Tushike tu poa mkono venye ulishika watu wa CHAN. Imagine hatukufurahia. Pia sisi tufanyie kitu, pia sisi tuseme President halali upande moja. Juu ndio ni baba yetu. Ukisema unalala hii side moja, si poa. So mimi nimeshukuru sana na nimeshukuru technical bench ya junior na senior na federation na we Mr. President na watu wote, tunasema ni asante. Tukaribishe tena na tena. Si leo tu, siku nyingine pia na nyingine. Asanteni guys.
Asante sana Mwanalima. Your Excellency, I'll now call on Coach Mildred Cheche, who will speak on behalf of the technical bench. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali Coach Cheche ambaye ataongea kwa niaba ya technical bench on both teams. Karibu.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Your Excellency, thank you for inviting us for this wonderful breakfast. As the head coach of the Under-17, we really thank you for the invite. First of all, I want to thank you for supporting our team. It has not been easy. From the beginning of this journey, we've had the support of the government, we've had the support of the federation, and now we are here, we've qualified for the second time in a row. So, Mr. President, mine will be short. We are going to compete at the World Cup. We want to go beyond the group stages. And then now, once we go beyond the group stages, I have with me a technical bench that is very formidable. And I would ask them to rise so that you can see them. Please rise. These men and women, they've done really well. Taking a team to the World Cup twice is not easy. So, Mr. President, my first request would be, please see that they have a contract with the government, that they may continue to nurture talent every single day, and World Cup should be a routine for the technical bench. Second of all, I would I have with me 2 KDF officers, Edith and George, please rise. Mr. President, they have served this country faithfully and willfully, and I would ask, please, see that they get a promotion, because taking a team to the World Cup twice is not something that has happened in this country. And lastly, as our captain has said, most of the players and coaches, they don't come from a well-off families, but through your projects, the affordable housing in different parts of the countries. So with your blessing, Your Excellency, please see to it that each and every member of the technical bench and the players, they at least get a house through your blessing. Ya mwisho nikiwacha vizungu mingi, nitasema weka mawe kwa technical bench na kwa players. Asanteni.
With your permission, Your Excellency, let us also hear from the coach of Harambee Starlets, very briefly. Pia aje anene machache, the coach for Harambee Starlets, to also give assurance to His Excellency now that you're carrying the flag for Kenya. Karibu.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and all protocols observed, good morning. Pole yangu si machache, nataka kuzungumza kidogo, Mr. President. First of all, when we come here, we always come for requests. But I want to say thank you to the government for supporting us. Thank you to the Federation. I want to thank the women parliamentarians. They're so special. They support us in every match. They speak about our matches. They sensitize people about our matches. And we are really grateful. Thank you to the Federation. Thank you to the NEC members. And to my technical bench, can they please rise also? You see the guys in black, men and women in black. Thank you for the good work. Thank you for holding the team together. Mr. President, si tu tunaendelea kusema uweke mawe. Asante. I have a few things that I really want to address, Mr. President. First is to congratulate the junior starlets for their second qualification to World Cup. It's not an easy thing. They've done it for the second time. And Mr. President, the Under-17 World Cup is annual. It's an annual event, which means that after the qualifiers, they begin again to preparation for, they go for the qualifiers, they play the World Cup, and then begin the qualifiers again. So it's a lot of work for them. And as they've asked for contract, I'll also kindly ask for contract for my technical bench. Speaking on the issue of Under-17, Mr. President, and you'll allow me to address my CS for sports, and I wish that the CS for education was also here. It will be good for us as a government and the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Sports, FKF, Kenya Secondary School Games, to have a collaboration so that we are able to identify good talent. We are able to work on good talent so that we can have consistency on qualifying. If we can qualify every year, then that means that we are going to be a powerhouse in football in coming few years. And it is very possible, Mr. President. Secondly, Mr. President, si tuna watch World Cup. Kenya iko World Cup kweli? Kenya iko World Cup kweli? But Mr. President, we are watching free-to-air World Cup. My request today here is that you allow our National Broadcasting Corporation at least to get the rights to air the AFCON. It will be good for Kenyans. Thank you. It will be good for Kenyans who back at home to watch us play, to cheer us, and to walk with us through the journey. If it is possible, Mr. President, we are going to be grateful. The third one, President, we are hosting AFCON in 2027, sorry. There will be another AFCON in 2028. President, ushatengeneza viwanja, infrastructure ushatengeneza, tuko tayari. Tuletee AFCON nyumbani. We request you. Last and not least, nikuwekelea tu mawe kila saa. Motivation, Mr. President, to the players, of course, and the technical team. Kila mtu tukizungumza, we are asking for affordable houses. We are also asking for a good send-off and a good motivation. We are not only going to play the AFCON, we are going to play the World Cup qualifiers. If we get to the semi-finals, we qualify for the World Cup automatically. So our request is that you cheer us on with good motivation. Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Tumpongeze tena kwa makofi. Your Excellency, at this point, allow me to invite the FKF President, Hussein Mohammed, to also come and speak briefly before we invite the Cabinet Secretary to invite His Excellency. Karibu.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Cabinet Secretary Salim Mvurya, Cabinet Secretary for Sports, PS Elijah Mwangi, NEC members FKF, teams that are present here today, members of Parliament, members of Senate represented here today, my staff, members of the Fourth Estate, good morning. Your Excellency, I had a list of things that I wanted also to request for, but I will skip that list considering how many requests you've received today. I wish to support the girls by ensuring that we continue to put in structures and continue to put in systems that will continue to enhance the value of their participation in these competitions. Your Excellency, WAFCON is a big deal for us. As the girls head to Morocco on this week, later on this week, they'll be playing the host country on the 26th. They'll be playing Senegal. They will be playing Algeria in the group stages. And as you've heard, that is the group of death. But I want to remind all of us that when we were drawn against the giants of African football during last year's CHAN, we were able to show the rest of the world that Kenya is also a football powerhouse. You remember we went all the way to the quarterfinals and we managed to make our country proud despite being in the group of death. So I'm very confident to the starlets, to the Harambee starlets, that you will be able to succeed come WAFCON later on this month. And Your Excellency, WAFCON for us is so important and critical because it is also World Cup qualifier for the senior team. And not if, God willing, as we say inshallah, when they make it to the semi-finals, they automatically qualify for World Cup for the senior team. I know with the right motivation, this team has the capacity to go all the way to the semi-finals of WAFCON. For the Starlets, so it is a big deal. For the Harambee Junior Starlets, Your Excellency, for the first time, we had a record number of fans. It has never been witnessed at Nyayo Stadium. Over 20,000 people came out in, I mean, you saw on the clip, it was amazing, it was phenomenal, and that shows us that football, especially women football, is on the rise. For the first time, Your Excellency, since we took over this administration, the Women Premier League has never had a sponsor, has never had prize money. Courtesy to your intervention through Cape Media, there were sponsors for the FIFA series, which was again the first women FIFA tournament in the world. The first ever, the inaugural FIFA women tournament in the world was hosted in Kenya. And that is no mean feat. We were able to mobilize resources that enabled the WPL to now get prize money for the first time in our local league. So women football is on the rise. You're performing very well, and we are going to support you all the way. During this WAFCON, Your Excellency, we also have 3 referees from Kenya who will be participating at the WAFCON. We have Peter Waweru, Josephine Wanjiru, and Elizabeth Njoroge, who will be at the WAFCON competitions this month and next month, as well as the competition goes into August. Congratulations to all of you. Your Excellency, today there's something that is very close to our heart, and it's something I want to speak about passionately. For very long, since independence, Kenya has never prioritized sports, and that's a fact. This is the first administration under your presidency, the first government that has invested considerable amounts of resources into development of sports infrastructure. Since independence, we've never witnessed this. Over 30 facilities, sports facilities across the country are being built today. And Your Excellency, as you build that hardware, as you build these facilities across in every county, they will mean little if there's no software to operate in that hardware. And the software is the leagues and competitions at the grassroots. It is the leagues at the top, the Sport Pesa League. And yesterday, I witnessed you supporting Migori. Migori is one of the community clubs that is now coming from county to the nationals, to the Sport Pesa League, the top league in the country. We have 2 other teams. Mombasa United is now coming to the Premier League, to the Sport Pesa League. You have 3KFC from Embu also coming to the top league. We have more community clubs coming to the top league. So as Your Excellency, you're building this infrastructure as a federation, together with the government. And I wish to thank my brother CS Salim Vuria and PS Elijah, and my brother Nu Ibrahim, I saw him somewhere here from the Sports Fund, for the work that they have put in to support the federation. The CS has been in the front line to build FKF and to help us achieve our objectives. I want to speak directly to the millions of youth out there in the rest of the country. His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has built the facilities for us. There is no other government that has invested in creative economy for the youth. Millions and millions of you will be touched directly by this. It is a unique moment in our history that we are seeing this kind of development in creative economy sector and in the sports sector. And I give you assurances, Your Excellency, that today we will do everything in our power to ensure that the software is right, that we commercialize the sport and bring resources to the pockets of our footballers across this nation. Mine is to say hongera to the Starlets, hongera to the Junior Starlets for what you have achieved. We are behind you 100%. We will be with you along this journey, and we want to make these qualifications the norm. It is not going to be a unique situation moving forward. This will be the norm for us to continue succeeding. AFCON is around the corner, 2027. We are preparing Harambee Stars. We will put everything behind them as well, with your support, Your Excellency. And for me, my only request is as we build the software as well, we also have a little bit of hardware request. I inherited a shell of an institution. Everybody knows this, it's not a secret. And we are trying to renovate our offices to give some dignity to our working environment. And if there's anything that can be done in that regard, as we support the teams, we would like some support to build our institution by giving dignity to our offices. So any support we can get in that regard, we'll be very grateful. With those very many or very few remarks, I say thank you very much. May God bless you. May God continue to give you the wisdom to continue investing in sports, and to the youth all over this country. Please, this is your moment. Grab it. Let's run with it. Millions of us can make that difference. So let's not lose this opportunity. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
It is now my honor to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Honorable Salim Mvurya. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Welcome, Waziri.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, the PS, FKF President and all delegations, the captains of the two teams, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your Excellency, in the midst, we have members of Parliament who have been very, very supportive and very giving inspiration to the team. Allow me, Your Excellency, to donate 1 minute to their team leader, Honorable Irene Mayaka, just to come here and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Your Excellency, Mr. President, allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been established. Good morning, everyone. First, before I say anything, please let me allow my colleagues to stand up so that they may be recognized. We have Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP for Dagoretti. We have Honorable Fatuma Mohammed, Women Rep for Migori. We have the Senator Hamida Kibwana, nominated Senator, Senator Tabitha, nominated Senator Mutinda, Honorable Esther Passaris, the Women Rep for Nairobi, and Senator Karen Nyamu, nominated Senator. Your Excellency, first of all, is to thank you. As everyone has said, we have never had a president who has given so much. For us who are in the sports fraternity, the fans, the players, the whole country, we really, really appreciate you. And it is no surprise that we have our two women teams actually representing us. To the junior starlets and the Harambee starlets, my young sisters, congratulations. You have made this country proud. We continue to support you. And Your Excellency, I remember when junior starlets first went to the World Cup, there was an issue of some of them who were in grade 9 and in Form 4 who were not able to, who had to get permission to be able to do special examinations. And I hope that will also be done for them when they go for the World Cup in October, that they will not be affected and that they'll have special exams to participate. Secondly, Your Excellency, is to thank FKF for what they have done for the sports fraternity in this country, and also the technical teams for the two teams. Your Excellency, as FKF President had said, he spoke about the Women League, and they've had a lot of issues. The Women League is not very well sponsored, and we'd really like for them to have sponsorship. But also, Your Excellency, yesterday when you were receiving Migori, the youth team, there was outcry from the National Super League winners, the Shabana Starlets and the Madari, because they've also been promoted. And Your Excellency, unajua kucheza kama wewe. Wale wasichana pia wachezewe kama vile unajua. And then also, Your Excellency, as members of Parliament, there are a lot of regulations. We've spoken a lot with FKF, where they need our support, and we are always at hand as members of parliament, and you know this, to ensure that we support your administration so that we do the best for the sports of this country. And speaking of regulation and bills, Your Excellency, I did sponsor a sports amendment bill that seeks to criminalize match fixing and match manipulation in Kenya, because what we want is to have sports integrity. And I know you're a big supporter of sports integrity. That bill is currently at the second reading, and I know when we go back, we will make sure that it actually goes through so that you are sent to it and we support sports integrity. Having said that, Your Excellency, vile wasichana wamesema, wekelea mawe. Wewe unajua kucheza kama wewe. And I just want to assure the nation and even the people who are watching as Your Excellency, that because of the good work that you keep doing, because of the development agenda that you have, I assure you that we'll keep supporting your administration na tutam inakuja. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, today is a very, very historic moment where you have taken leadership to host our girls, and our girls have done this country proud by qualifying for key international tournaments. Your Excellency, I have watched them play, and I was there on Sunday, and I could see the inspiration and the hard work and the tact and the strategic retreat they did in the second half, which then bore fruit. So I think, Your Excellency, you have brought a lot of honor and dignity to sports, because you always give an opportunity to sportsmen and women, to come to State House. And truly, Your Excellency, sports is a strategic enabler for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And that is why before you, from a humble beginning, the two girls have earned a place in the high table. This is not a mean feat. It demonstrates also their hard work, and it demonstrates your enabling environment for them to realize their potential. Your Excellency, these girls and the technical teams here have proved that if you believe in yourself and you believe in your country, you can go places. And this message should go to the naysayers, those who keep propagating, profiling this country negatively. We have before you, Your Excellency, girls from diverse communities who are united through sports, who are profiling our country, not just here, but also abroad. And therefore, this is the spirit, Your Excellency, that we want to work with. And I want to assure you, as a ministry, we will continue to implement with speed the directions on infrastructure, but also to reform policies and legislation to make sports a source of livelihood. And that is why, Your Excellency, I want to thank the members of parliament sitting before you. They are not in any committee within sports, but they have volunteered their time, their resources to inspire these girls. So, Your Excellency, just also to say that as a Minister of Sports, we are already working with the Minister of Education through the Kenya Academy of Sports to ensure that we get the talents from the grassroots. When there are school competitions, we always have scouts who also identify the talents that can be illuminated to the national level. So, Your Excellency, we want to thank you. And this is the first time that we have a leadership that is very, very clear on matters of talent development. And that is why we also want to rally all Kenyans to support His Excellency the President as we build the youth to realize their potential. So, Your Excellency, with those many remarks, I wish to ask all of us to stand as we usher in His Excellency the President to make his remarks. Asante sana, Your Excellency, na tutaendelea kukuunga mkono ili vipawa viweze kuwa ndio maisha ya hawa vijana.
Thank you very much, Salim. Please, let's take our seats. Na asanteni sana na karibuni. Our two coaches, members of the technical bench, my dear Harambee starlets and junior starlets, let me remind you of what you have just accomplished, in case you are not fully sunk in. You have qualified for the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup for the second time in history. Congratulations, junior starlets. Pongezi. And for our Harambee starlets, you've qualified to participate in WAFCON. Again, congratulations. You are going to Morocco to wear the colors of Kenya on the biggest stage in world football. There is no greater honor for any sportsman or woman than representing your motherland before the world. Congratulations. The people of Kenya, I must say, are incredibly proud of you. Congratulations. Equally, I want to congratulate the Harambee starlets who also are here with us, as I have said, for qualifying for the 2026 Women Africa Cup of Nations, which takes place again in Morocco from the 25th of July to 16th August 2026. The country is truly proud of your achievements, and we shall be cheering you on as you represent us at the continental level. As you head to Morocco to represent our nation, you carry the hopes and the pride of every Kenyan. And we wish you every success on this journey. I want to tell you why this morning matters not only to me, but also to every Kenyan and every Kenyan watching. Extraordinary achievements are rarely born from extraordinary circumstances. They are born from ordinary people who simply refuse to surrender when the odds are against them. Let us go back to Sunday. At Nyayo Stadium, because it tells us everything about who junior starlets are. At halftime, the junior starlets were 1 goal down to South Africa. The stadium was tense. The nation was anxious. Coach Cheche, I am sure, noted that. In those first few minutes, the atmosphere was intimidating for everyone. Many teams in that position would have retreated, but you didn't. In the 71st minute, Gaudensha Maloba, a round of applause for her, a young girl from Lindi, here in Kibra, scored the equalizer that changed the direction of the match. From that moment, you did not merely recover, you took control. Won 3-1 on the day and completed a 5-1 aggregate victory and booked your place at FIFA World Cup. That goal carries a lesson far greater than football. It reminds us that when young people are given an opportunity and trusted to perform, they often rise beyond every expectation. Gaudentia rose to the occasion, and I want every young girl watching from all corners of Kenya to know that one day it could be them. There is another story that deserves to be told. Elizabeth Opio, you are only 16 years old and a grade 9 student at Onding Junior Secondary School in Game, down in Siaya. Every day, you balance your education with football and athletics, competing in both the 200 and the 400 meters. Look at that. There is school on one side, there is football on another side, and there is athletics somewhere. Your journey reminds us that excellence has no age, and that discipline in classroom and discipline on playing field reinforces each other. Elizabeth and Gaudentia are not exceptions. They represent every one of you seated here today, and you are a living proof that Kenya's future is full of promise. None of this, however, happens without leadership. Coach Cheche, tumpigie makofi huyo, and your assistant coaches and your technical bench, congratulations for the leadership you have demonstrated. And my coach here, where is the other good coach here? My dear sister, congratulations again, tumpigie makofi, and your assistant coaches and your technical bench for providing extraordinary leadership. Today, the nation salutes you. You have achieved something no Kenyan football coach, man and woman, has ever achieved. You have guided a national team to FIFA World Cup twice. On behalf of the people of Kenya, nasema asante. I equally applaud every member of the technical bench, the trainers, physiotherapists, and support staff. You are the unsung heroes behind the scenes. 2 years ago, in the Dominican Republic, you faced England, North Korea, and Mexico. Although you lost to England and North Korea, you defeated Mexico, a country with a proud football tradition and previous World Cup successes. This time, this time, I challenge you to aim higher. Aim to qualify from the group stages. Believe that you can compete with anyone FIFA places before you. I know you will. Na mumesema ya kwamba mkicheza kama nyinyi, na mimi nitafanya nini? Nitacheza kama mimi. Sasa, tugawane hivyo. Nyinyi mkicheza kama nyinyi, I promise you, mimi nitacheza kama mimi. So, twende namna hiyo. Like many of you, I have been following the ongoing FIFA World Cup with very great interest, by the way. One story has particularly inspired me. Cape Verde, a nation of barely 600,000 people, stood shoulder to shoulder with some of football's biggest names, including Spain, Uruguay, and Argentina. They reminded the world that courage can neutralize reputation and belief can overcome pedigree. I want you girls to carry this lesson with you. To every girl watching us from Game in Siaya, Kibra in Nairobi, Amalemba in Kakamega, Tarbach in Wajir, Bamba in Kilifi, or from Lokichar in Turkana, hear this clearly. Where you come from does not determine where you can go. Talent is not confined to big cities. Greatness is not reserved for a privileged few. It can emerge from every village, every school, every county. Dream boldly, work relentlessly, and when opportunity comes, be ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this achievement is not an accident, and it must not be a one-off, as we have been told here. We must make it the usual rather than the exception. Nations that consistently excel in sports invest in young people long before the world knows their names. That is exactly what Kenya is doing. At the grassroots, more than 10,000 young athletes are currently enrolled in structured development programs run through our schools, county governments, and the Kenya Academy of Sports. Elizabeth Opio, Godensia Maloba, and Brenda Awor are products of that deliberate investment. They were identified through the Kenya Schools Sports Association and Kenya Academy of Sports holiday camps. Sorry. We are equally investing in the people who produce champions. More than 6,000 coaches, trainers, physiotherapists, and sports administrators have undergone specialized capacity building programs through the Kenya Academy of Sports and our national federations. On sports infrastructure, Talanta Sports City, the Raila Odinga Stadium in Nairobi is now 95% complete. Across the country, we are building another 32 modern stadia designed to be far more than sports venues. They will serve as centers of training, innovation, and economic opportunity, equipped with high-quality playing fields, health facilities, digital hubs, innovation centers, meeting spaces, restaurants, and retail outlets. Our commitment goes beyond infrastructure. Last year alone, the government of Kenya spent 4.5 billion Kenya shillings to support our national teams, covering accommodation, kits, allowances, and logistics so that our athletes can train and compete in dignity. To our junior starlets, very soon you will walk onto a football pitch in Morocco. The Kenyan flag will be played. And just before kickoff, each one of you will place your hand over the badge on your jersey. Our national anthem will be played. In that moment, remember this, that badge is bigger than football. It carries the dreams of millions of Kenyans. It carries the pride of an entire nation. Go and make history once again. Mtafanya hivyo? Beverly, mko tayari? Mko tayari, eh? Very good. Manamali, are you ready? Or the WAFCON? Mtafanya bidii? Very good. Nimewasikiza kwa makini wakati mmezungumza hapa. As daughters of this nation, as our girls, and we are very, very proud of you. We are very, very proud of you. Nimewasikiza vile mmeongea, mumesema tuwashughulikie. Mumesema mambo matatu ya muhimu ambayo nimesikia. Mumezungumzia kuhusu mambo ya afya na mumesema mnataka kila mmoja wenu apate nafasi ya kuwa na bima ya afya, na nakubaliana na nyinyi 100%. Katiba ya Kenya inasema katika sehemu ya 43, afya sio starehe ya wale wanaweza. Afya ni haki ya kila Mkenya. Na kwa sababu hivyo ndio tuko na program ya kuhakikisha kwamba hata wale ambao hawana uwezo mkubwa wa kifedha pia na wao afya yao, matibabu yao inasimamiwa na serikali ya Kenya. Therefore, I want to assure you as you step forward that you will have a cover that will cover everything, including the surgery that you have talked about. We will make sure. And not just for you, also make sure that every parent and every Kenyan has an opportunity for them and their medical cover through our universal health coverage to be covered. And that is the reason why today we have 31.7 million Kenyans registered in SHA. I want to encourage the people of our great nation to listen to Beverly so that we can all move together. You have also told me that some of you come from informal settlements, and we all understand the indignity of living in informal settlements. There is no running water, there is no toilet, proper toilet. Sometimes you have to pay to use the toilet. There are no proper roads, there is no proper connection to electricity, and all the other things. And that level of indignity dehumanizes people. And when I hear you say that you want us to get you out of the slums to proper and decent living conditions, it goes beyond what you're saying. You are saying something very, very profound. Not just you, no Kenyan should live in those kind of conditions. And it is the reason why we have done whatever we could to roll out the most comprehensive housing program in Kenya. So, Beverly and your team, it is not you that we want, and those who live in the slums, that we want to get you out of the slums. We want to get rid of the slums, because no Kenyan deserves to live in squalor. So, vile umeniuliza, ndivyo tutafanya. Sio peke yake kuwaondoa ninyi vile mmeniuliza kutoka slums, lakini pia kuondoa kabisa slums yenyewe, so that pale tujenge manyumba ambayo itakuwa inatosha mwananchi wa Kenya kuishi mahali kuna maji, kuna stima, kuna barabara, kuna usafi, because that is the command we have from the Constitution of Kenya. And therefore, this morning, you've spoken to me beyond your circumstances. You are just reminding the nation that there are people who live in dehumanizing conditions, and we must do everything in our power. And I want to promise you, Beverly, as I promise every other Kenyan, that I will do my very best to make sure that we build as many houses as possible, and God willing, in the very near future, between 15 and 20 years, there will be nobody living in a slum. By God's grace. And finally, you have reminded me that vile tulifanya na wale wangwana wa Harambee Stars, tufanye hivyo, si ndio? Sasa na nyinyi tutakubaliana vile tutatembea pamoja, sawa? I want the Ministry of Sports, the CS is here, and your team to calibrate. You know, we need to tufanye deal na hawa warembo wetu. Wakifanya hivi tunafanya hivi, wakifanya hivi tunafanya hivi. Muniandikie, alafu nikuje nipangane na wao, sawa sawa? So si mnajua hata wale jamaa tulipangana na wao, niliwaambia mkisongesha namna hii, mimi nasongesha namna hii, mkisongesha namna hii, bwana president, so utapanga vile tulipanga wale wengine, sawa sawa? So but you promise that you will do your best, right? And I want to promise you that I will be following, and I am very confident that millions of Kenyans will be following. So asanteni sana. I know this was breakfast. We must not make it longer than this. Asanteni sana. All the other things have been done. I have been briefed by the PS, Elijah there, that all allowances have been paid, and we've made sure that whatever it is that is on the part of government has been done already. He tells me he has already paid out 33 million shillings to make sure that all of us are going the right direction. And if there will be any other additional issues, I will make sure that everybody is taken care of. If there is something that is still outstanding, we will make sure that everybody is taken care of. We want you to play not with a background that there is something outstanding. And I promise you that when all this is done, we will come back here and we will agree on how to go forward. Asanteni sana, God bless you, good luck, and I wish you well. Asante.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll request that you remain there just for the gifts so that we can now progress to breakfast. Let's take our seats, please. Allow me to invite the CS and FKF President to present the first, which is a CAF President's Outstanding Achievement Award 2025. This was, the award ceremony took place in Rabat, Morocco, and it is an award that was given by CAF specifically for upgrading stadiums, improving logistics, and co-hosting the CHAN tournament, which Dr. Patrice Motsepe referred to as a historic success. So now this is the official presentation. Makofi tafadhali. This is an award from CAF, which was presented to His Excellency the President in absentia, but now the official presentation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for an outstanding job. Also, Your Excellency, we have awards of a jersey and a ball, and I request the two captains to kindly come and present that. The two captains to come and present a jersey and a ball for His Excellency that will be put somewhere so that as you're playing, he will look at it and remember that you are representing Kenya and flying the Kenyan flag high. Makofi tafadhali. We have a signed jersey there for His Excellency. A signed jersey and a ball. Wonderful. Mpira pia tafadhali tumpatie for that photo opportunity. Wonderful. Makofi. Thank you. Your Excellency, we may now progress to have breakfast, after which we shall do a brief photo session with all the teams. But first, let us... Oh, there's also another jersey. Oh, there's two jerseys. There's one for the Junior Starlets and Harambee Starlets. Wonderful. Wonderful.
by Odegaard. He's hit it deep. He's got Pickford committed. Anybody coming under the overlap? Pickford is down and play will be halted. And Norway will say, hang on a sec. Yeah, protesting, and he's been cautioned by Turpin.
Ira's right. I mean, Pickford came into his own man, knows exactly what he's doing. We just touched on that earlier on. Yeah, that's going to hurt, but that's your job. You came out and you went and nailed your own player while you punched the ball away. I feel he knows what he's doing. Ira's just frustration. He's not one of the ones booked. I think they only had Noosa taking a yellow card into this game, so...
China issues a new report exposing flaws in the so-called South China Sea Arbitration Award. Leader of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, Mohammed Dagalo, sentenced to death in absentia by a court allied to the Sudanese National Army. And we look at artificial intelligence in Ghana and how it is assisting in agricultural solutions. Hello and welcome to Africa Live. As always, great to have you with us. I'm Richard Natal, live in Nairobi. And for those of you joining us from across the continent and around the globe, we thank you for joining us. And tonight I'm alongside my colleague Rama, who has our business headlines.
Thank you very much, Richard. Here's what's coming up in the next half hour. Oil prices jump by over 4% as energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz remain under threat. And the European Commission will present a proposal to limit children's access to social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and so on. The details and the data on those stories and lots more coming your way in the course of the hour. For now, let's start with the latest in current affairs with Richard.
Thank you so much, Rama. Once again, a very warm welcome to Africa Live. Let's begin with our top story. Chinese Premier Li Qiang has underscored the importance of economic work in the second half of 2026, emphasizing a strong start to the country's 15th five-year plan period. Li made the remarks on Monday during a symposium with economists and entrepreneurs. Participants agreed that China's economy remained stable in the first half despite mounting external uncertainties, with sustained momentum continuing to build. Premier Li said the government would fully harness existing policies, strengthen counter-cyclic adjustment, and prepare additional policies in the remaining 6 months to consolidate the country's steady economic growth. Li also said China would accelerate the construction of infrastructure networks and increase investment in public services. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has lodged solemn representations with certain countries over their playing up of the so-called South China Sea Arbitration Award. China stresses that Japan bears historical responsibilities on the South China Sea issue and has never reckoned with them. Therefore, it is in no position to pass judgment. The Foreign Ministry said Japan's egregious words and deeds challenge the post-war international order and the international rule of law and have aroused historical alarm and strong indignation from the international community, including China, over Japan's aggressive and colonial atrocities since modern times. The mission of China to the EU said the European Union is not party to the South China Sea issue and that the EU statement ignores the historical context and objective facts of the issue, runs counter to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and is not conducive to regional peace and stability. The Chinese embassy in the UK said London's signing of the joint statement only serves to undermine peace and stability in the South China Sea. The embassy urges the UK to respect facts, stop joining the anti-China show staged by a handful of countries, and cease fueling tensions and stirring up trouble in the region. The South China Sea arbitral decision negated China's claims to maritime rights and interests in the South China Sea. The Philippines has continued to recycle and politicize the decision. Some experts say repetition cannot transform illegality into legitimacy, nor wash away the fundamental flaws of a politically manipulated process.
In 2013, the Philippine administration brought an arbitration case, prompting a 5-member arbitral tribunal. In 2016, the tribunal issued a so-called final award, denying China's long-standing historic rights in the South China Sea. The Chinese government immediately declared the award null and void. China neither accepts nor recognizes it.
In 2006, China made an exclusionary declaration under Article 298 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. It states that China does not accept any of the compulsory settlement procedures provided for in the convention with respect to issues concerning maritime delimitation, among others. And the South China Sea Arbitration Tribunal ignored China's declaration and forcibly exercised this jurisdiction.
The very formation of the tribunal has also raised a lot of doubts.
5 judges are composed entirely of European judges. A judge comes from Ghana, an African country, but he has lived in England for a long time, so can be regarded as an European. The others are from France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Poland. They have no understanding of Asian affairs and the South China Sea issue.
Following the tribunal's decision, the Chinese Foreign Ministry released a statement. It said the Philippines violated its standing agreement with China to settle their issues through bilateral negotiation. It also violated China's right to decide its own means of settling an issue as a state party to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea.
The South China Sea Arbitration Award as an award cannot be a part of international law in itself.
China has also made it clear that no political manipulation disguised as legal moves will go anywhere or deter China from safeguarding its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights and interests.
The standoff over the Strait of Hormuz is intensifying, with Iran's foreign ministry accusing the U.S. of undermining its diplomatic efforts with Oman. Spokesperson Ismail Baghai told reporters on Monday that American pressure on Oman is hampering talks aimed at establishing a joint mechanism to manage the waterway, a goal Tehran has been pursuing for months. This comes as the IRGC claims it has attacked U.S. military facilities across the Persian Gulf, striking fuel depots, ammunition stores, and radar systems. Iran says the attacks are retaliation for a third wave of U.S. airstrikes across southern Iran. The U.S. military says its strikes are intended to degrade Iran's capacity to attack commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary Remy has more from Tehran.
I just attended Iran's Foreign Ministry weekly press briefing, where the primary focus was on the escalating tensions surrounding the Memorandum of Understanding and regional security. Regarding the MOU with the U.S., the spokesperson acknowledged that the agreement has undoubtedly entered a crisis phase. However, he emphasized that Iran has never been the first to violate its commitment, pointing the finger at Washington for breaching various components of the agreement. On the diplomatic front, the spokesperson clarified that the Muscat talks were strictly focused on the Strait of Hormuz, denying any discussions regarding nuclear issues or other matters. Addressing security, he asserted that under the clear terms of the memorandum, Iran, as a neutral state, reserves the right to take all necessary measures to secure the Strait of Hormuz. He noted that Iran's management of the strait, in consultation with Oman, is explicitly stated in Article 5 of the MOU. Overall, domestic hope for negotiations has visibly diminished in Tehran in the past few days, as the situation in the Strait of Hormuz remains highly charged. Seper Sadami, CGTN, Tehran.
Yemen's Houthi group has accused Saudi Arabia of carrying out airstrikes on Sana'a International Airport. Footage aired on Houthi-run Al Mizara television showed explosions along the airport runway and smoke rising near the control tower on Monday. Saudi authorities have not acknowledged the strikes or responded to the allegations. Yemen's internationally recognized government says the runway was targeted to prevent an Iranian aircraft from landing. The Houthis have condemned the attack as a violation of a period of de-escalation, warning that Saudi Arabia will face consequences, raising fresh concerns over a fragile truce. As Ebola continues to spread across the Democratic Republic of Congo and into Uganda, scientists have launched the world's first human trial of a vaccine designed to stop the rare Bundibugyo strain. The University of Oxford says the early stage study will test the safety and immune response of the vaccine in 50 healthy adult volunteers aged 18 to 55 in Oxford. Vaccinations are expected to begin in the coming weeks, pending regulatory approval. The vaccine has been developed using the same technology as the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine. The Serum Institute of India has already manufactured over 600,000 doses, with clinical trials set to expand to Uganda, subject to regulatory approval. Congolese authorities are reporting more than 1,900 confirmed cases and 702 deaths. The outbreak has now spread to 2 new provinces in the DRC, bringing the total affected provinces to 5. A U.S. aid worker infected with Ebola has been admitted to a specialist isolation unit in Germany. He contracted the virus while working for a humanitarian organization in the DRC. The patient, a warehouse manager in his 60s, arrived at a Frankfurt University Hospital special isolation unit early Monday morning. Hospital officials confirm he is in stable condition, emphasizing there is absolutely no risk to the public or medical staff.
The person's condition is now stable and essentially exhibits what we know from Ebola patients. It is, of course, a serious illness, but fortunately, the person is currently in stable condition. Stable simply means that since the person has been under our care, we have not observed any progression of the disease. And the staff are protected by powered air purifying respirators. That, I believe, is the major advantage we have over the treatment compared to the endemic areas in the low and middle-income countries. The systems and protective suits we use, we consider them very, very safe, and we believe that infection is impossible if these procedures are followed.
The World Health Organization says a new cholera outbreak in Sudan has claimed over 100 lives. The WHO representative in the country said the outbreak is causing serious concerns for vulnerable communities, including in the besieged region of El Obeid, where daily drone attacks are hindering access to aid.
Cholera is back and it's affecting several states, mainly in the western part of the country, the Darfurs and the Kordofans, where the access is very limited. We've recorded more than 1,330 cases with 114 deaths related to cholera. This gave us a case fatality rate of 13.7%, which is extremely high. And of course, the rainy season is expected to worsen the situation.
The actual cholera death toll in Sudan is likely to be far higher than official counts due to the ongoing civil war. Aid agencies are concerned the outbreak will continue spreading within displaced populations, especially with the upcoming rainy season. Sudan faces a dire humanitarian crisis with 33 million people in need of aid, including 21 million requiring health care. Despite some people returning to safer areas, approximately 13.4 million remain displaced, contributing to the spread of other diseases like dengue, malaria, meningitis, and measles. In El Obeid, health facilities are overwhelmed, and access to care is severely limited due to hostilities there.
We call for our partners and donors to help us to be able, first, to access, and second, to be able to send enough supplies and enough facilities in Al Obeid. But we know that the situation there is very, very bad, and it's worsening with high risk of disease outbreaks malnutrition, violence, including violence against women and children.
Still in Sudan, a court in the city of Port Sudan has sentenced the leader of the paramilitary rapid support forces to death in absentia. According to a report by state news agency SUNA, the court found Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo and 15 other defendants guilty of war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and attacks on civilians and public facilities in Darfur. The case centers on the killing of West Darfur governor in June 2023, shortly after RSF forces seized El Geneina, the state capital. RSF has repeatedly denied accusations of genocide and other war crimes. The ruling, issued by a judicial institution that functions under the Sudanese National Army, is the first against the leadership of the RSF since conflict broke out between the group and the army in 2023. The court says it would refer the case to the Supreme Court for review and seek the arrest and extradition of those convicted through Interpol and other international channels. We earlier spoke to Naba Moudine in Khartoum on the significance of the conviction. Let's take a listen.
They were convicted with crimes against humanity, war crimes, and attacks on civilians in the background of the killing of Khamis Bakr, the governor of West Darfur. So this is a development, and for the first time since the war began, and people are optimistic that even if they can't, they will not be arrested immediately, but it's a legal landmark which will open more steps and doors towards justice, of course, and accountability. Actually, it's significant because it's the first time that such legal sentences are issued against RSF leadership, Mohammed Hamdan Daglo and other 15 of RSF leadership. So it's important in the context of seeking accountability and justice for the victims of the Sudanese war that began in April 15th, 2023. In the same time, because the defendants are not inside the government control, they are outside the government control, there is no expectations of immediate arrest for the convicted people, but of course the Sudanese government said they will seek cooperation with the international bodies and international partners in order to arrest them, but of course it depends on the country's cooperation with the Sudanese government. So it's significantly big step towards at least open doors and hope for victims in West Darfur that witnessed war crimes, not only the killing of the governor Khamis Bakr, but also a massacre that was that the UN accused RSF of doing it, which is killing of Masalit tribe. More than 2,000 people were killed in June 2023 in the same days that the governor of West Darfur was killed. So it was a genocide and ethnic cleansing. Such a step, of course, will open doors and questions for accountability and give people hope that the crimes and war crimes against civilians will not fall by the time.
South Sudan's political parties are once again divided, this time over an amendment of the country's 2018 peace deal. Some opposition groups and civil society organizations have rejected the amendments. However, the government says it made changes to the peace accord to allow elections to go ahead in December. CGTN's Patrick Oyet reports.
It is hoped that having a new constitution before any elections could take place before the end of the transitional period.
The 2018 peace deal dictates that a new constitution be in place before elections can go ahead. The new constitution was intended to design a system of government. It is also meant to design a federal system of government for the East African country. But President Salva Kiir's government has made amendment to the 2018 peace agreement and now says the constitution, which will act as the new supreme law of the land, will not be finalized until after the polls planned for December 2026.
Outstanding provisions which cannot be completed before elections shall continue to be implemented after the election in an agreed post-election framework. The decision of the parties to the agreement is one, that conduct of election must proceed, and the parties resolve that general elections shall be conducted on the 2nd of December 2026.
The 2018 Peace Accord also requires a census to be conducted before the elections to help determine the accurate population of the country. The census is also meant to create constituencies based on population concentrations because many South Sudanese people have been displaced by the many years of civil war as well as climate change. South Sudan's government now says it will use the 2008 census conducted before the country's independence. The African Union Committee of Five, or C5, which includes South Africa, Rwanda, Chad, Algeria and Nigeria, says it is engaging South Sudan's government to find a way out of the current stalemate.
The sustained engagement and tireless efforts of IGAD leadership and the AUC5 have provided renewed hope for fostering an inclusive dialogue among South Sudanese political stakeholders, consensus building, and for the implementation of the revitalized peace agreement.
The largest opposition party in South Sudan, led by suspended Vice President Riek Machar, is rejecting the amendment. The Troika, which comprises Norway, the US and UK, say any amendment without involving Riek Machar's group is null and void. Patrick Oyet, CGTN, Juba, South Sudan.
For 2 decades, UN-operated Radio Mariah has been a trusted voice for millions of people across South Sudan, broadcasting through conflict, humanitarian crisis, and political uncertainty. As the station marks 20 years on air, CGTN's Caroline B. looks at the journalists and technicians working behind the scenes to keep communities informed, connected, and often safe.
This is where the nation's the biggest conversation.
From the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement to South Sudan's independence in 2011 and the conflict that followed, Radio Mariah has been there every step of the way. Senior correspondent Gabriel Shada has spent nearly 2 decades reporting on those stories and other defining moments for the country, often under intense pressure.
We were here reporting day and night, not sleeping, because we wanted to inform the people of South Sudan what was happening. It was, yes, challenging. It was traumatizing because of the sad reports of deaths and killing and destruction all over the country. But we managed to inform the people professionally and with a lot of neutrality. And so we gained the respect of many listeners because of our reporting.
Working as a journalist in South Sudan comes with significant risks. At Radio Mariah, staff face regular threats, intimidation and detention, despite the available UN protections. Yet the Mariah team continues to deliver impartial reporting to communities, alive to the fact that for 60% of South Sudanese, radio is a primary source of information.
As a life-saving radio, we've reached areas and been able to help de-escalate tensions in areas that have been hit by intercommunal violence. We've also been areas that have been affected by humanitarian crisis like floods and been able to give early warning and information to families and local populations to make critical decisions.
Reaching those audiences has ever been so important. In an era where misinformation and rumors can trigger violence, the station focuses on fact-checking and verified reporting that listeners can trust.
We give them information that is verified, that is fact-checked. And this has been important because there is information disorder, and we cut across the chaos by providing this trusted information that they can rely on.
But keeping the signal on air is getting harder. Logistical hurdles, impassable rainy season roads, and a UN-wide financial crunch has forced base closures, knocking out 20% of the station's transmission network. But for the staff, what keeps them going is brotherhood.
I join them, I feel like I'm really home, like I do not move. Everybody is talking to everybody. We have to understand each other, and we are sharing information between us.
For the team, the mission goes beyond broadcasting. It's about helping communities make informed decisions and supporting peace in difficult times. As Radio Mariah celebrates 20 years on air, it now reaches more than 3/4 of South Sudan. It continues to serve as a trusted source of information and for many communities, a vital voice for peace. Caroline B., CGTN.
To South Africa now, where anti-migrant marches continue. Protesters marched through the town of Umzimkhulu in KwaZulu-Natal, calling for the exit of foreign nationals from the country. March leader Ntokosi Sizi Gumede urged the government to address immigration concerns if it expects voters to turn up for the upcoming local polls. Protesters argue that undocumented migrants exacerbate South Africa's economic and social crisis, such as the near 33% unemployment rate, high crime, and strained public services. Migrant groups and advocacy organizations have rejected those claims. The South African government says more than 53,000 foreign nationals have been deported or repatriated since launching a migration management campaign 5 weeks ago. Most were from Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, and the number is likely to rise as repatriations and deportations continue. Time now for a short break. We shall reset and return with more Africa Live. Here's what's ahead. Coming up, we look at artificial intelligence in Ghana and how it's assisting in agricultural solutions. Beginning this week, CGTN Africa is launching the AI in Focus special series. We will explore the application of artificial intelligence and the real-world practices across Africa. The series will also examine the opportunities and challenges that these emerging technologies present for global governance. We now head to Ghana for a look at how AI is being deployed to assist in agriculture solutions. Across Africa, pests and plant diseases destroy millions of dollars worth of crops every year, often before farmers even realize there's a problem. Now, a Ghanaian startup believes it has a solution using modern technology. Its founders say they are using drones and artificial intelligence to spot critical warning signs, helping farmers act faster and potentially save their harvest. CGTN's Nabil Ahmed Rufai reports.
From above, this drone scans rows of cashew trees, searching for signs of trouble invisible to the naked eye. Darlington Akogo and his team developed the AI-powered system 6 years ago after repeatedly hearing how farmers were losing crops to pests and diseases.
With our CaraAgro AI system, we can pinpoint what's leaf from a leaf perspective, where the diseases and pests are starting. We can do that for you. So that could essentially give you 1 month's head start compared to traditional farmer who is just trying to manually go through their field and inspect.
The drone captures thousands of high-resolution images across the farm. Those images are processed by an artificial intelligence system that identifies early signs of pests, disease, and crop stress, allowing farmers to treat only the affected areas before the damage spreads. Agricultural experts say technologies like artificial intelligence could transform farming by helping growers make faster and more informed decisions. But they caution that unless these tools become affordable and accessible, many smallholder farmers risk being left behind.
Those that are generally scared of new technologies, those that are a bit skeptical of these technologies, there's a traditional mentality that's, hey, maybe this might affect my crop negatively or something. They are the ones that might be left behind.
According to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, up to 40% of global crop production is lost each year to pests and plant diseases. For yam farmer Abdullahi Abubakar, those losses are all too familiar. He believes technologies like this could make a difference, but again, he's worried about affordability.
My only concern now is about the costs involved in using the AI technology.
Akoko says his company is training agricultural extension officers across Ghana to bring the technology closer to farming communities with the goal of making precision agriculture accessible beyond large commercial farms. If successful, innovations like this could help more farmers detect problems earlier, reduce crop losses, and strengthen food production in an ever-changing climate. Nabil Ahmed Rufai, CGTN, Accra, Ghana.
The 2026 World AI Conference and high-level meeting on global AI governance will be held in Shanghai from July the 17th to the 20th. Chinese President Xi Jinping will attend the opening ceremony and deliver a keynote speech. China's foreign ministry says President Xi will comprehensively and systematically elaborate on China's policy stance and conceptual propositions regarding the development and governance of artificial intelligence.
We look forward to taking this conference as an opportunity to build a platform for all parties to enhance mutual trust, pool consensus, and deepen cooperation, jointly promoting the healthy, safe, and orderly development of artificial intelligence, and making this conference a milestone in the history of AI development.
In Zimbabwe, recurring droughts have made farming an unreliable source of livelihood in many parts of the country. But in Zindi village in Mashonaland Central, a partnership between China and Zimbabwe is showing how climate-smart agriculture and knowledge sharing can help rural communities to produce food all year round. Here's CGTN's Farim Wakatuya with more.
For years, the fertile soils of Zindi village used to hold untapped potential. Before recurring droughts dried up rivers and wells, leaving farming communities struggling to produce enough food. But presently, that story is gradually changing. Solar-powered boreholes were sunk in 2024 in Zimbabwe's first China agricultural demonstration village. The impact has been immediate and significant. These solar panels have become the engine of agricultural and social transformation here in Zindi village. They're bringing a resource that was once scarce within reach of at least 85 households.
A few years ago, we would have been idle right now, because at this time of the year, all the rivers, wells, and other water sources in this area would have dried up.
Gwanzu currently leads a group of about 30 women who have been trained to grow high-value crops once associated mainly with commercial farmers.
Technologies like the greenhouse, they have been never here in our rural areas. We have also seen the drip irrigation. We are trying to conserve water and use water for the maximum benefit. And we are saying we can produce all year round with these technologies. So we are going to have money day in and out.
The community has also diversified into poultry production, currently raising batches of 300 birds, with plans to expand tenfold as household incomes continue to grow.
The money we are making from poultry projects has been life-changing. We can now afford to comfortably send our children to school without struggling to get by.
As climate change continues to threaten rain-fed agriculture, Zindi village is emerging as an example of how renewable energy, modern farming techniques, and international cooperation can help to climate-proof rural communities while creating more economic opportunities. Farim Wakatuya, CGTN, Shamva, Zimbabwe.
In Sudan, millions of households are increasingly relying on charcoal for cooking and other daily needs as an energy crisis deepens. Driven by electricity shortages, limited access to cooking gas, and ongoing economic hardship, charcoal trade has become both a vital source of energy and an important source of income for different sections of society. But environmental experts warn that growing dependence on charcoal may come with a long-term consequence for Sudan's forests and ecosystems. Naba Moudin reports from Port Sudan.
As electricity shortages and fuel disruptions continue across Sudan, charcoal is becoming an increasingly important part of daily life. For many households, it remains one of the few affordable and accessible sources of energy available for cooking and heating water. The growing demand has also created economic opportunities for communities struggling with displacement, unemployment, and the effects of conflict. Across many parts of the country, charcoal and woods trade have expanded as families search for new ways to earn an income.
I was displaced by the conflict and needed a way to support my family. Selling woods has become my main source of income. Demand is high because many people can no longer rely on electricity or gas. It's another cheaper option with charcoal.
Producers say demand for charcoal has increased significantly as more households seek alternatives to unreliable power supplies and costly fuel. For many involved in the trade, charcoal production has become an essential source of livelihood during a period of economic uncertainty.
Many families depend on charcoal every day. Production has increased because demand continues to grow. For us, it's one of the few ways to earn a living.
Many families in different states depend on charcoal because of the current energy situation. But the increasing demand is placing growing pressure on Sudan's forests and resulting in tangible climate change. We are encouraging sustainable harvesting, tree planting, and better forest management to help protect these resources for future generations.
Environmental experts say the expanding charcoal industry reflects Sudan's growing energy challenges, but they also warn that increased tree cutting is placing additional pressure on forests and dryland ecosystems already weakened by climate stress and years of environmental degradation. And continued deforestation could accelerate desertification, reduce biodiversity, and weaken the natural systems that help communities cope with rising temperatures and extreme weather. Experts argue that addressing Sudan's energy needs while protecting its natural resources will require investment in alternative energy sources, stronger forest management, and sustainable production practices.
For many families, charcoal remains a critical source of both energy and income. But as demand continues to grow, concerns are mounting over whether the country's forests can sustain the pressure in the years ahead. Naba Muhiddin, CGTN, Khartoum, Sudan.
And Rama's in the studio, and that means it's time for our business segment. Over to you, Rama.
Thank you very much, Richard. Here's what's coming up in a world of money. Oil prices rise by over 6% as energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz are still under threat. And the European Commission has a proposal to limit children's access to social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram.
Were you worried about your life at that particular time?
Not at all.
Excellency, thank you very much for your time. What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has the potential to power itself.
Excuse me.
The greatest journeys, the greatest sights, the greatest adventures.
Here in Kanater, this weir allows the locals to walk on water.
We're far more than just TV news. We're your passport to the wonders of Africa. So let's explore. CGTN. See the difference.
Welcome back to the program. Let's start in the world of energy. Oil prices have gone up by as much as 6.5% as fuel shipments through the Strait of Hormuz remain under threat, with the United States and Iran announcing renewed military strikes. Now, Brent crude futures were up to $79.11 a barrel, and WTI futures were around $74.36 a barrel a little earlier. In fact, Brent has crossed over $80 a barrel now. American forces completed yet another wave of strikes against Iran overnight on Sunday, hitting dozens of targets at multiple locations with precision munitions. Iran's Revolutionary Guards said that they attacked American military bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. The American President Donald Trump said on Sunday that the Strait of Hormuz is open to commercial traffic, although Iran declared earlier that it decided to close the strait after a vessel traveled on an unapproved route and got stuck. Some 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas supplies get through the strait. At least that was the case before Israel and the United States started their war in February. Now, at the Strait of Hormuz itself, the number of vessels going through that fell to multi-week lows, according to shipping data. Renewed strikes between the United States and Iran and attacks on ships in the Middle East have heightened safety concerns. 6 vessels managed to get through the strait on Sunday, according to ship tracking data from Kepler, which is the lowest in 5 weeks. Tankers that exited the strait included a very large crude carrier, Humanity. It had about 2 million barrels of Iranian oil, and another tanker, the Capitan Andreas, which was carrying about 500,000 barrels of Kuwaiti oil products. 3 empty tankers entered the Gulf in order to load oil. Now, most of these tankers switched off the transponders when crossing this particular strait. There were no liquefied natural gas tankers, however, that got into this strait over the weekend that were visible, at least, on ship tracking data. One tanker controlled by the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company left the strait between the 10th and the 12th of July. South Africa is proposing a revamp of its strategic fuel storage capability. It's requiring mandatory reserves from both the state and the private sector in order to deal with supply crises. Now, the proposal is outlined in a document from the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, and it would make it mandatory for all licensed oil and fuel wholesalers and importers to hold 21 days' worth of stocks. 70% of that will be allocated to crude oil. The remainder will be covered by refined petroleum products like diesel, kerosene, jet fuel, and so on and so forth. It's proposing that the state holds strategic stocks of 60 days of supply with a similar split. Now, the buffer can be released during a declared state of emergency in catastrophic events. The document from this ministry said there's a compelling need for South Africa to have a strategic stocks policy to enhance the state of readiness in the event of major supply disruptions. Now, speaking of oil supply, Nigeria's crude oil output rose to its highest level in more than 6 years in June. Stable operations and improved pipeline reliability combined to boost output. Africa's largest oil producer pumped an average of 1.56 million barrels per day of crude oil last month. That's about the 1.5 million barrels a day quota allocated to Nigeria by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. That's about 4% more than its quota, according to data from the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, and it includes condensates which are not subject to OPEC quotas. Nigeria's total oil production averaged 1.735 million barrels per day in June, up from 1.7 million barrels a day in May. That marks a 4th consecutive month of growth. June's crude oil output was the highest recorded since April 2020, a 74-month high. Now, focus around the world does remain on the availability and the cost of fuel, but residents in northern Nigeria are finding a cheaper way to beat high energy costs. Local entrepreneurs are converting ordinary minibuses into battery-powered electric vehicles. As CGTN's Najma Abdurizak now tells us, the public response to this has been pretty positive.
In Nigeria today, every naira counts. With the cost of living rising sharply, residents are looking for smarter, cheaper ways to move around. In Kaduna, locals have found a practical answer to the high price of petrol, and that's locally converted electric minibuses. According to Nigeria's National Bureau of Statistics, headline inflation stood at 15.93% as of May. Against this backdrop, these electric buses are bringing real relief to both drivers and passengers.
Drivers also save more from the electric motors than the engine cars. So because the engine cars, they have to use fuel, but this one, no fuel, they just charge the batteries and continue driving. And also the customers too, they pay less. Maybe if they pay 500 naira from Kawo to Kanarud, with this electric vehicle, they used to pay 200 naira, so they gain from it.
Nigeria spent an estimated $4.9 billion on transport equipment and auto parts between 2023 and 2025. Yet, the country still struggles with frequent vehicle breakdowns and substandard spare parts. Commercial bus drivers have been among the hardest hit, constantly repairing engines and replacing parts. But operators now say the switch to electric has been different.
We have a lot of differences between petrol-powered cars and this one. Why I say so is because of mechanic issues. Number one, we regularly fix our car engines every 3 or 4 months, and we still go back again to fix the engines. We used to complain and ask mechanics why we must bring back our fuel-powered vehicles for repair regularly. The mechanics would always direct the blame to foreign manufacturers of the car spare parts. That was the kind of problem we faced.
Sincerely, the solar-powered electric bus is better for me as a driver. I have experience driving both, and this one has no heat, no smoke, no unnecessary mechanic repairs or sudden breakdown and changing gears that require energy. You just drive and that's all.
Beyond the cost of savings, the innovation is also eco-friendly. The buses run on electricity with solar panels helping to charge the batteries. This quiet, clean operation is winning over commuters.
My first experience with the electric bus is that I did not hear any noise and it was quiet. So there's no engine noise because there's no engine in the car but battery.
With the right support and investment, experts say the switch to electric could mark the beginning of a larger shift among commercial drivers away from petrol. And in the long run, they argue such innovations could help reduce Nigeria's heavy dependence on oil and open the door to cleaner, more sustainable transport options. Najra Abdirazak, CGTN.
Right, then a couple of stories outside the continent now. The European Commission is expected to present a proposal to limit children's access to social media platforms. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has expressed deep concern over the impact social media platforms are having on their young users, and she's expected to unveil plans for EU-wide age restrictions on social media as soon as September.
This is not about whether children can access social media. It is about whether and when social media can access our children. The question is no longer if children face risks online, but what can we do to give children a safer start online? Our children need time in the real world, time to play, time to build friendships face to face, time to make mistakes, time to shape their own identity, their own personality, before an algorithm shapes them instead. And I believe we need to give our children this time. If we want to protect childhood, we need to start where the risks are greatest. We need first to consider the type of platforms that are harmful to our children. And the evidence shows that this is mainly social media platforms, but also other providers with age inappropriate and addictive features.
One last story for you. For more than 3 decades, free trade has transformed the US-Mexico border into one of the world's busiest commercial corridors, initially through something called NAFTA. You might remember that particular trade deal. But after the United States decided not to renew NAFTA's successor, the USMCA trade pact, businesses and workers who rely on cross-border commerce are now bracing for a rather uncertain future. CGTN's Alistair Baverstock takes up the story.
Eagle Pass, Texas, where bridges across the Rio Grande see a constant flow of trucks in both directions between Mexico and the United States. These neighbouring countries are mutual top trade partners, but US President Donald Trump's announcement that he will not renew the USMCA free trade agreement has sent shockwaves through this region of North America.
Behind me, hundreds of trucks cross this border every day, carrying goods worth annual sums in the billions of dollars. But the Trump administration's refusal to renew USMCA has left those trade volumes, as well as the jobs they support here in Eagle Pass, facing an uncertain future.
In downtown Eagle Pass, an area already struggling with decreased tourism volumes from across the river, the news has many locals concerned.
I don't know what's going to happen. Like me as a small business owner, I'm trying to do more things. Hopefully, we don't come to another recession. Hopefully. But how I see everything is like if you are in a desert, everything's so calm in the business-wise.
It's not only local businesses that fear the end of 32 years of free trade. Goods travelling between these countries overwhelmingly move on 18 wheels, and truckers like Julio Garcia are set to be impacted by decreased volumes.
Yeah, we kind of worry a lot about that. It's not good because it's gonna lower our jobs. And I live in the border town, so we got a lot of commercial trucks coming from Mexico to Laredo. It's gonna be bad.
Economists warn any reduction in cross-border trade would be felt first in communities like Eagle Pass, where local economies depend on the daily movement of goods across the Rio Grande.
This is going to affect a lot if they close the market. We need open markets. We need a global. We need better proposals. Something that we need to get together and just talk about it. It can get better.
The US decision not to renew USMCA doesn't abruptly end the pact, instead triggering a sunset clause that mandates yearly reviews for another 10 years. While the community here remains nervous, that period is giving people to hope that a new deal guaranteeing free trade will ultimately emerge. Alistair Baverstock, CGTN, Eagle Pass, Texas.
And it'll be there for the time being. Here's what's coming up at the top of the hour. In global business, we'll be focusing on the EU once again, though. They've announced new sanctions targeting Sudan's gold trade. They say that the funds are being used to illicitly finance the conflict on both sides. But will these measures actually work? We'll explore that in detail at the top of the hour on Global Business. We'll see you at 1800 GMT. For now, though, back to Richard for the sport.
Thank you so much, Rama. And we are not done just yet. We've got your sports segment coming up. Here are the headlines. Coming up in sports, France and Spain prepare for their World Cup semifinal clash.
How would you create your legend? On the fields, on the tracks, in the arenas of Africa. Were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours? Sports Scene. Find your game.
Welcome into Sport on Africa Live with me, Richard and Todd. We begin with World Cup news. France gathered outside a Dallas hotel, fans rather, gathered outside a Dallas hotel on Sunday as the national team arrived ahead of their FIFA World Cup semifinals against Spain on Tuesday. Star forward Kylian Mbappe and other players walked into the hotel as supporters chanted his name and filmed on mobile phones. France are one victory away from advancing to a third consecutive finals and a fifth title match since 1998. To get there, Didier Deschamps' side must overcome the team who have repeatedly blocked their path in recent years and whose defense has only been breached once at this year's tournament. Spain eliminated France in the Euro 2024 semifinals and beat them again in a 9-goal Nations League thriller last year. But France have been in flying form and will be confident but wary as they bid to reach the finals.
It's clear we are going to talk about what they've been offering since the start of this competition, because what they offer offensively is quite exceptional. But I think it's a collective effort, as much from the midfielders, as much from the defenders, as much from Mike. Frankly, what the team is showing is exceptional. Even the players who are brought on, it's crazy. And no, maybe we don't talk enough about the counter-pressing, because offensively, what we offer is quite exceptional. So we are not going to pay too much attention to our opponent's strengths, but ours.
Spain trained in Dallas on Sunday, 2 days ahead of playing France. Luis de la Fuente's side have conceded only 1 goal in the tournament so far, and that was in their 2-1 victory over Belgium in the quarterfinals. But Spain will now face their toughest test against France, whose attacking front line are proving to be a formidable force. Spain beat France in the Euro 2024 semis and then again in last year's UEFA Nations League last 4. But the 2026 version of Didier Deschamps' team are a very different proposition. Kylian Mbappe has scored 8 goals, with Ousmane Dembele bagging 5. Spain, though, have not lost a competitive match in 90 minutes since a 2-1 defeat against Scotland in March 2023. Any further expansion of the World Cup, increasing the number of teams participating at the finals to 64, will be discussed after this year's edition. The 2026 finals in Canada, Mexico, and the United States have seen 48 teams for the very first time, a decision that was heavily criticized, but which has not provoked much debate since the tournament kicked off on June the 11th. FIFA President Gianni Infantino has been hinting at increasing the number of participating teams to reach 64. The size of the World Cup field was increased to 32 teams in 1998. The next finals in 2030 are to be co-hosted by Morocco, Portugal, and Spain, and the 2034 tournament will be in Saudi Arabia. Kenya's junior starlets have qualified for October's 2026 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco. The East Africans secured their spot after defeating South Africa's Botswana 5-1 on aggregate, following a decisive 3-1 win at Nyayo National Stadium in Nairobi on Sunday. A moment of silence in honor of South Africa's midfielder Jaden Adams, who died on Saturday, was observed before kickoff. Trailing 2-0 from the first leg in Pretoria last week, the visitors started brightly and took the lead through captain Kaslaho Malabana in the 5th minute. They nearly doubled the advantage in the 18th minute, but Pilot Malloy struck the post after rounding Mitchell Ngono in the Kenyan goal. Starlets upped the ante in the second half and equalized in the 70th minute through Guardincia Maloba. Brenda War put Kenya ahead from the spot late on before substitute Elizabeth Achieng sealed a 3-1 victory in added time. The result fired Starlets to their second successive Under-17 Women's World Cup after their debut in the Dominican Republic 2 years ago. Well, that is it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember, you can send us your feedback to the contacts on the screen and follow us on digital media platforms. For the team, I'm Richard Ntal saying thank you so much for watching. Up next is Global Biz with Rama. So stay tuned and stay here on CGTN.
good evening and welcome for the first of the World Cup quarter-finals for you live on Sporty TV. It is France against Morocco in the Boston Stadium. The World Cup live on Sporty TV. Catch all the action from the biggest competition in the world. The Sporty TV app available to download on Android, iOS and your smart TV. The game we have in store for you today, a repeat of the semi-final from 4 years ago in Qatar. France won by 2-0 then, on a day when Kylian Mbappe went full throttle to help Les Bleus to the decider. Red Star has been seriously impressive this time around as well. His goal against Paraguay in the last round moved France's record goal scorer onto 7 for the tournament so far. And Trailblazers 4 years ago, Morocco once again the last African team standing at this World Cup. Unai scored twice in their 3-0 victory over Canada in the last 16, and they certainly have the talent in their ranks. Trouble, 2-time world champions today in Foxborough, Massachusetts. The stadium is packed. The pitch looks immaculate. Kylian Mbappe is in top form. Morocco, the underdogs, hoping to beat France for the first time in their history. Reaction coming up shortly, but first, the anthems.
Please rise if you are able for the playing of the national anthem of France. Please remain standing if you are able for the playing of the national anthem of Morocco.
So the atmosphere is crackling. The players are ready. We are too. The action is coming up right after this. So the referee is Facundo Bello of Argentina. He's taken charge of 2 matches already. Canada's 1-0 draw with Bosnia in Toronto. South Africa's famous 1-0 win over South Korea in that final group match. For the first time in the World Cup. The lead officials are all from one country, that is Argentina. So this is how France line up. 1 change, and they have interchanged these two. Desire Doué replacing Bradley Barcola in the team. Otherwise, it is the same as against Paraguay. Kone continuing in place of Aurelien Tchouameni. And an attacking lineup it is. Doué, Olise, Dembele and the skipper Mbappe, all starting for France. 2 changes for Morocco. One of them is enforced. Ismail Saibari, their leading scorer, is out injured. So in comes Jensine Talbi in attack. Anas Salah Eddin is into defence as well. That means that Moussa Masraoui of Manchester United will shift across to centre-back. Deschamps, Cup winner with France as a player and as a manager. His final tournament. This is his final match in charge of France just yet. Mohamed Ouabi has done brilliantly with Morocco. He's hoping that his side will match their achievements at the very least from 2022 and get through to the semi-finals. Achraf Hakimi plays in France, of course, with Paris Saint-Germain, a former club teammate of that man, Kylian Mbappe. Stars everywhere you look in this last 8 clash. So Morocco get this quarter-final started. They play for territory first up, attacking from left to right. It is France against Morocco in the last 8 of the FIFA World Cup, live for you on Sporty TV. Remember to download the app as well on Android, iOS and your smart TV. I'm Mark Rodden, and watching this one alongside me is Owen Doyle. And Owen, this is one that really whets the appetite.
Oh, it certainly does. France definitely have the deepest squad, being the best team in the competition so far. Been scoring freely. They look really, really sharp. Morocco, every time I watch them though, they seem to be improving. So well structured, plenty of fluidity in their attack. They should fancy themselves to be able to frustrate this French side and use them attacking outlets to hurt this French defence. I think the first goal will be crucial. If Morocco can get it, even keep it scoreless in this first half, they'll take great confidence in the second half if they can turn this French team over.
And Morocco, the real surprise package last time out. First African country to make the semi-finals, but we conceded after 5 minutes last time out against France, as we see this foul by Neil Naoui on Manu Kone. Hernandez getting the opener for France in the semi-final in December 2022. Substitute Randall Colomwani finishing Morocco off in that 2-0 victory for France. Win for France 4 years ago, the only competitive meeting between the countries before this one. And there's Brahim Diaz. Lovely touch after good close control as well. And this match featuring two of the best creative players in the tournament. Diaz has 4 assists. Number 11 for France, Michael Olise, has 5. Rabiot to William Saliba. Booze will tell you that there are quite a few Moroccan supporters inside the ground today. They've got great backing throughout the tournament. Diop steps in, plays it back to Bono, the goalkeeper. He was actually born in Canada. Morocco's number 1, so a special game for him. Last time out, that 3-0 victory for Morocco over Canada in the last 16. Spread out. As well as Ousmane Dembele here. Lots of red shirts around the area. It's going to be tough for those white-shirted French players to find a way through. They're used to that, though. Doué for Mbappe. Oh, the first shot in anger is not a bad one at all.
It's really good build-up play. France patient in their build-up, moving that ball from left to right, back to the left again.
Bono, World Cup quarter-final, quite rightly taking no chances. Dembele with the ball in, and Bono has to make his save. What a chance that was! Well, it was almost a repeat of 4 years ago when France got an early and sloppy enough opener.
See the threat this French side have already. From a simple ball, looked like a simple one to the box. Upamecano, the man with the final touch. It's like he just gets off the ground a little bit too early. Can't quite get the power he would have needed to generate it to get it past Bono and goal. The Bono, he concentrates so well.
There's Mbappe away from Hakimi, but Out of room this time. Kylian Mbappe, whose penalty after 70 minutes decided things against Paraguay. He is one of the best keepers around. Bono plays in Saudi Arabia these days with Al Hilal. Two managers quietly confident ahead of this one. The Morocco boss, Wabi, he said it was the same preparation as always. And he told his players to be themselves regardless of the opponent. They've done well to get this far, so keep doing what you're always doing, lads. France, the standout team. They've won all their matches. Scored 10 goals in the group stage. 3 against Sweden in the round of 32. Could have been quite a few more in that match as well. Paraguay frustrating France, but they came through that more unorthodox challenge. Finishing second behind Brazil in their group, 1 goal difference, and then edging the Netherlands on penalties. And Canada had their moments as well before Morocco finally got away from one of the host nations, and they, in 50 minutes and 82, and a late goal as well in injury time, helping Morocco to a 3-0 victory in Houston. Well, tomorrow on Sporty TV it is Spain against Belgium, 7 p.m. in Ghana, 8 p.m. in Nigeria, 9 in South Africa and 10 in Kenya. On Saturday, England against Norway. 9 in Ghana, 10 in Nigeria, 11 in South Africa, and midnight in Kenya. Well worth staying up for, though. Harry Kane against Erling Haaland and all the rest. Set for Rabiot. Doué. Wadi stepping in, gets it as far as Diaz, but Doué back for France. Free kick for Morocco, though. Early impressions so far, Owen?
Yeah, it's been quite dominant from France. Morocco really struggling to get any control. They've been compact nonetheless. France haven't been able to get in behind them yet. He's open in 8 minutes or so. It's interesting to see who's going to lead the line for Morocco. It's Bardi out, but looks like El Kanouche is the one that's going to be up there. Every now and again you see him and Brahim Diaz swapping out on this right side.
Hakimi can do so much damage from right back. Gianni Infantino, as usual, watching on along with the other dignitaries. Mbappe for Doué. Diop in the way of that shot.
Yeah, Doué, he's always quite keen to cut inside on that right foot. Just moments ago, came inside to a bit of trouble. Ends up chasing his mistake. See, it's that free kick against Brahim Diaz. This time Diop the man to save the shot.
Through 10 minutes, it is as interesting as we expected. Morocco surviving some early pressure. Certainly the new Bayern Munich attacker Ismail Sabari is a big loss for them. 3 goals in 5 appearances at this World Cup. Went off injured in the first half of the Canada match last time out. Named on the bench, but we'll see if he features or not. Carnous felt he was caught after playing the ball there. The referee had looked away. Koundé keeps it in. Dembele for Elise. France patient in the build-up, as you would expect. This pass is loose though. And Diaz moving at speed and moving freely too until Kone leaned in. No foul according to the referee.
You can see how tough this is going to be for Morocco. And Diaz burst and run through the middle. There's just no help there from at all. Kone doing a great job.
Now Mbappe, support slow to arrive. Footwork and the pass doesn't get to Kone in the end. Olise. Rabiot. Look at Digne with a cross. Jules Koundé had crept into the penalty area there. He was the closest French player to getting on the end of that one. Now the whistle sounds. Free kick for France. Elise fouled. He was one of 3 French players booked in that Paraguay match. No Paraguayans yellow carded by the Uzbek referee. It was controversial. I think Morocco are unlucky there.
And we see the replay. Brahim Diaz. Warden's having a word with the referee.
He says free kick repelled the ball at the feet of the Bayern Munich winger again. France appealing that yellow card that he received against Paraguay, but to no avail. If he is booked today, he'll miss the semi-final if France get through. Morocco happy to play on the counter-attack. Wadi to Hakimi. Diaz. Nice one too. Now he caught late, advantage being played here. And the referee will call it back.
See, this time Morocco counter-attack with numbers. A little bit of small build-up play at the start of the attack. Some small passes just between their back four, just so they can get the numbers up together. And they work it so well down this right side to Ninoy and Brahim Diaz.
So Hakimi with the free kick for Morocco, and it is not a good one. He holds his hand up by way of apology.
They really can't be wasting opportunities like that. It's going to be really hard. Another possession you assume France are going to hold, and they get these set pieces to try and take full advantage of them.
Magnon. Not much to do just yet. The French number one. Digne of Aston Villa. Mbappe dropping deep. Stretching his legs. The quickest player at this World Cup, clocked at over 37 kilometres an hour earlier in the tournament. Didn't quite get up to top speed there. And didn't get a throw in either.
Expect to see more of that. More doubling up from the Moroccan defence until the ball goes to him and Elise's feet.
A reminder, all of Sporty TV available on the app. Club seasons coming round pretty quickly. La Liga, Serie A, Carabao Cup, TFB Pokal, Saudi Pro League, all on Sporty TV, all on the app, on the go. Rabiot. Ruben Amorim is new manager now at AC Milan, the former Manchester United boss. Koundé. Elise it is who gets it to Mbappe. Now it's Doué lifting it to the back post, and the header. Ousmane Dembele going close enough there. Not a man you'd associate with being very good in the air.
There's plenty of bodies in the box there. As I say, what the man usually saying, but his heading ability, Dembele slightly ahead of the ball as it comes in. Can't quite generate the power or the direction needed.
Hakimi will take this throw in for Morocco then. It's the meaning of the world's number 3 side and the world number 7. Not surprising really that they're in the last 8. Upamecano for Rabiot. Cornet. Dembele. Shot spins out to Dayo Upamecano. Guy Stéphane, the French assistant coach, did say this would be a game between a team that likes having the ball and a team that likes playing on the counter-attack. I knew what he was talking about. Dembele on for Koundé. Corner for France.
Morocco, very compact. See France really struggling to get through them, through the centre, trying to work it out wide. Koundé with the overlapping run.
Ulisse goes short. Rabiot is up there. He is good in the air normally, but able to keep that one down.
Yeah, they decided to go short this time. Good pressure here from France.
Given away by Hakimi. Doué. Upamecano for Ulisse. Digne for Rabiot. Ulisse. That one goes out of play, but do you think Morocco are happy enough right now, or is this kind of ominous, allowing France to have this much possession?
Well, France haven't really tested Bono much from that earlier opportunity from Mbappe from distance. I think Morocco will be very, very comfortable with how this is going so far. Ulisse, when he gets into them pockets, he's usually exceptional with that final pass. This time just overhits it over Koundé's head.
Didier Deschamps is a man who's set many records throughout his career. First to win 10 World Cup knockout ties. And he's level with the former West Germany coach Helmut Schön. And 25 World Cup matches now as a coach in charge of the same team. There's a misjudgment from Salah Eddin. Recovers well though. And Talbi, the Sunderland man, putting it back inside, but no one there for Morocco.
Really clever play from Morocco though, just seeing that run from Talbi continuing from deep, just put it in that space for him to get on the end of it. It's unlucky from Talbi in the end. He's trying to win his side of throw in. Just ends up going through the legs, the French defender.
And Morocco forced a corner here. Hakimi does the job there, knocking it out of Digne. This was Mbappe before that. By a firm but perfectly fair challenge from Achraf Hakimi. Cleared away for now. Mbappe back to Doué, into Ulisse. Doué couldn't get through. He wanted a free kick. Diaz has it for Morocco. The support as well. Nai. Now Bouadi, second youngest player to feature in the World Cup quarter-final. Morocco number 6. He's 18 years of age. Back in 1958, Pelé was 17. Already saying ahead of this game that it is a good pressure and he feels coming into a match like this. He almost had himself a goal-scoring chance there. Hakimi has been knocked off it now. Elise looking to break forward with pace. Mbappe is certainly doing that. Kylian Mbappe taken down. Referee in a great position. Penalty for France. Well, Mazraoui at centre-back today instead of at full-back. He looked uncomfortable there. And Mbappe's feet were too quick.
This is the exact type of situation Morocco wouldn't want to find themselves in. Just that little misplaced touch from Hakimi and then that counter-attack. How can you stop that pace? Elise feeding Mbappe. Probably no better player in the world for showing quick feet and skill. Well, motoring at 100 miles an hour at you. It's exactly what Mbappe does here to Mazraoui. Just that quick step over. Takes it by him. Mazraoui commits. Penalty kick to France.
Well, he's out. Mazraoui, Manchester United defender, has given France a chance to break the deadlock. Diop is in the ear of Dembele. There is a VAR check. We've big calls over the last few days, particularly in that Argentina-Egypt match. And the Argentinian referee, I should say, Mr. Tello, awarded the penalty, despite the complaints of Hakimi at the other end.
Interesting to see Bono in goal. He's been known for taking a different approach towards penalty kicks. Hence the stand there. Take a step to the side rather than make a dive and a judgment call early.
Penalty has been confirmed. It's a long wait. Too long a wait for Kylian Mbappe. This is torture for a penalty taker, I'm sure. Mbappe against Bono. And it's saved. Easily saved as well. Well, you can see Mbappe complaining about the wait. Bono, he didn't go early. And it's another big moment for him at this World Cup.
Really clever from Bono. He does a little dance because he knows Mbappe is going to slow down his run and try and judge which way he's going to go. And he just waits to see which side he's going to put it and makes the right call and makes a great save. Mbappe not plenty to say, or is thinking plenty about how long it took for that penalty to be taken. What was the delay about?
Well, you were a striker in your playing days, Owen. How does it affect you?
Yeah, well, the big thing you want from Mbappe's approach himself is he doesn't make his decision before he's taking the penalty. He doesn't know which way he's going to go, so the more time he has to think about things, the worse it is in his mind.
Yeah, you see it there. Bono didn't move too early. Mbappe so frustrated to miss, frustrated with how long it took, and seeking an explanation from the referee. He has missed the big chance for France. 0-0 as we head into the hydration break. So it's been a dramatic quarter-final already. Kylian Mbappe missing a penalty for France. The World Cup live on Sporty TV. Catch all the action from the biggest competition in the world. Lots of friendlies to come after the World Cup as well, featuring many high-profile English teams. They start from July 26th. Now Dembele. Oh, that was almost one of the goals of the tournament.
France certainly kicking off this second quarter, how they ended the last one. An attacking mindset, and we've seen him put them in top bins from there. This time though, just doesn't quite wrap his foot around it as much as he would have liked.
Well, that would have been his fifth goal so far had he found the top corner there. Do a lovely skill away from Hakimi. Buadi is chasing him. They do a bumped off it. It's the story of the World Cup. Referee allowing play to flow. That's a poor pass from Unai. France get on with it quickly. Olise. He goes down and doesn't get a free kick either. France with a lot more of the ball and all of the attempts on goal. 7 so far, 2 on target. Morocco on level terms though. France's record goal scorer, Kylian Mbappe, missing out on his 64th goal. I expect he might get another chance or two before the end though. Unai. That's asking too much of Diaz. Rabiot into Doué's header. Kylian Mbappe had scored 15 of his last 15 penalties for France. There's Doué. Oh, he's right in, on goal. Bono with the save. Another big chance for Les Bleus.
Doué just times his press so well up against Buadi. Then he just runs, starts galloping through the middle of the pitch. No Moroccan defender gets close to him, tries to side foot it into that bottom corner with Bono. Again with another excellent stop.
Another corner for France. Olise waits to take it. He's been told to move the ball an inch or two. Headed down, but no one taking a chance for France. Koundé was up there. Play allowed to continue after a heavy clash in midfield there. Kone well up for the fight. Morocco were so impressive in that opening game against Brazil. Drew 1-1 in the end, but the first 45 minutes they really set their stall out. 7th World Cup for them, 3rd in succession. Look at that. Match stats, 10 attempts at goal for France, still none for Morocco. First African side to reach the World Cup quarter-finals in 2 different tournaments. Oh, that was Kone. He was caught by Nawi.
Two club teammates coming up against each other. Kone presses hard. I don't know, he with a heavy touch. Takes advantage of his the Douay chance again. Just tries to place it low and hard, this near post. Bono reads it well, gets down early, makes a good save. I'm sure he'll have plenty more work to do today.
Olise. That's good rear guard action from Morocco. Bouadi, the teenager, doing well. Diaz did well to react and get on the ball there. Fouled by Saliba in the end.
He's such a danger around the edge of that box. It took five Moroccan defenders to get the ball off him in the end.
Well, there's PFL action to come on Sporty TV as well. Next up, the 18th of July. And the under-19 Euros. The women's final is tomorrow, Spain against Germany. The late afternoon and early evening. Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa and Kenya. And the men's under-19 Euros final, that will also be between Spain and Germany. That's Saturday. Stars of tomorrow in action in that one. Diaz. We're looking to finally test Maignan. I'm sure that's the type of thing that's playing on their minds right now. You realise when you're in a game, yeah, you're defending, but you're also thinking, we haven't had a shot at goal yet.
100%. You want to take advantage of them moments when you get the ball high up the pitch. Can we create something? Can we work the goalkeeper? And they struggled to do that so far.
The coach, Wabi, who won the Under-20 World Cup with Morocco last year. He did say it would take a collective effort to beat France today. Wadi, speaking of the team spirit in the Moroccan squad, they're like brothers on and off the pitch, he says. Morocco will know they were particularly good in the first half against Canada. They can improve. I hope that the French team, in temperatures of well over 30 degrees, will be a little disappointed going into the break if it comes to that, having not scored. By Upamecano. Shakira, isn't it? She'll be playing ahead of the World Cup final. Morocco obviously wasting that free kick. Rabiot spun away from Unahi there.
Morocco, they need to take advantage of them situations, stop wasting them. It's an opportunity, at the very least, to try to get some control over this game at the top end of the pitch. Just gifting the ball back to France, letting them start on their wave of an attack against you.
Nicely away by Salah Eddin. They've had a few changes at centre-back in the last 3 matches as well. Morocco, can that unsettle you? Especially Mazraoui having been full-back going into centre-back.
Absolutely, it's one area of pitch. You don't want to make any changes, you want to settle defence. There certainly isn't, to be fair, penalty aside. They've dealt with this game quite well defensively.
They'd love to get Hakimi motoring forward down the wing. Not successful this time. Of course, Morocco, as we've mentioned, missing their leading goal scorer, Ismail Savary, who's just made a big money move from PSV to Bayern. Recognised striker out there for the African side today as a result. There'll be one more opportunity for France before the break. Not like that. Jules Koundé was talking about they're building momentum, improving with every game. Didier Deschamps, in discussion with his long-time assistant Guy Stéphane. 4th World Cup for Deschamps. Looking to make the final for the 3rd time. Rounds to go though. Antoine Griezmann, well, he was in the side when France last won it in 2018. He's in the crowd today to support his country and many of his old teammates at international level. Griezmann will be playing in the United States next season with Orlando City. Olise looking for that through ball for Mbappe. We've seen that on a number of occasions at this World Cup. 5 minutes of stoppage time to get through in this first half, so Morocco have a lot of work to do yet. Doué. Olise escapes from Diaz. Play off here. It's Rabiot for Digne. Doué. Long range effort, smacks off the head of Talby that time. Another shot blocked. High up the pitch, the French defenders are. Digne is one of them, and he cracks a shot off the bar. What an effort. He's claiming a corner. Either way, France have come very close again.
Oh, Bono does get a slight touch on it. What we see there in the replay. Digne, not the type of person you expect to see on the score sheet. What a strike that is. Hits it so clean. Plenty of dip, swerve, had a bit of everything. So hard for the goalkeeper to deal with, but he does.
Well, that would have been his first ever goal for France. 62nd cap this evening for the Aston Villa fullback. Upamecano, lovely control from Doué. On Hakimi. Doué looks to have not convinced the referee here.
Two club teammates going for it. See, Doué's in good form, high in confidence with that first touch. The way he took that ball out of the sky. Just tries to get on the outside of Hakimi. Knows all his tricks. Manages to get his body in. Defends it so well.
Doué, European champions with PSG this season. Is Dembele. It's very composed defending in the end. Unai. Hakimi for Diaz. Hakimi, one of the Moroccan players who'll miss the semi-final if he's booked today. Diaz. And that's off the arm of Rabiot. Free kick for Morocco.
Really good patient build up, working that ball. Started off with Salah-Eddin breaking out from the defence, just taking his time in his approach. Morocco getting some numbers up the pitch. Obviously get a free kick in a really dangerous area. Can they take advantage of it this time?
Magnon has not had a save to make in this first half. Hakimi, first attempt for Morocco in the opening half comes in the final minute. It's not a great free kick in truth from Achraf Hakimi.
The idea was good, the execution was very poor.
Well, fascinating first half at the Boston Stadium. Dominated by France. Kylian Mbappe, though, still on 7 goals for the tournament. He missed a penalty on 28 minutes, saved by Bono. Digne hitting the bar as well, and Bono making another good save from Upamecano early on, and from Doué approaching half-time as well. So Morocco doing well to be scoreless at the break, given how much France have dominated. Half time, it is France 0, Morocco 0. So welcome back then, Michael Elise. Will he find the key for France in this second half, or will it be Morocco who defy the odds and reach the semi-finals? Scoreless at the break at the Boston Stadium. France with 13 attempts at goal. Morocco with just one in that first half. Didier Deschamps in discussion with Guy Stéphane. He would have hoped that Mbappe would score from the spot. He didn't in 28 minutes, and that is why it is anyone's game in this first World Cup quarter-final. So, like Morocco in the first half, France head for the corner as we start the second period in this quarter-final. France against Morocco. Morocco under pressure, but thanks to their keeper Bono and that penalty save from Mbappe, they are still level. There's the World Cup live on Sporty TV, the biggest competition in the world. More to come this week. Tomorrow it's Spain against Belgium. On Saturday, England against Norway. That is from 9 p.m. in Ghana, 10 in Nigeria, 11 in South Africa, and midnight in Kenya. Lots of friendlies to come later in July. PFL, and this weekend it's the Under-19 Euros finals, men and women's. It's a really interesting first half, dominated by France, but Morocco, they'll be happy with where they are. Owen Doyle watching this one alongside myself, Mark Rodden. Expecting more of the same or a change of approach from Morocco?
I think it'll be more of the same. They can count their blessings that they're still 0-0 considering the penalty miss from Mbappe. Again, give Bono huge credit for his approach to it. Done exceptionally well, and he's done exceptionally well in that first half. Made some big stops. I'm expecting him to be a busy man again in the second half. Don't write this Morocco team off though. Structure so strong. These moments like this have the ability to counter-attack so well.
And they're doing just that right now. Unai with support. He wants it back towards Talbi instead. Justin Talbi said mentally the most important thing here, the mentality of both these teams, who would hold firm in that regard. It's Brahim Diaz. Interesting. We were able to listen in on a few of the Moroccan players as they came out of the dressing rooms ahead of this second half. A couple of them saying, look, we have to keep the ball, guys. And Hakimi said no more gifts. He felt Morocco were a little casual in possession, especially around their own penalty area. Kone, pass that is, good run as well from Mbappe. Hakimi back to deal with him. It was Doué, in fact, my apologies.
He just makes his start early, definitely onside. Hakimi has a lot of space to make up. Doué's poor first touch gives him that time to get back, put that pressure on.
And taking the time over this goal kick, Morocco. Bono, the goalkeeper, he's only been beaten by 2 out of 9 penalties he's faced at the World Cup in his career. He's saved 4. 3 have missed the target, that is including penalty shootouts, of course. Much more purpose about Morocco in this second half when they get forward. It's been a feature of their game, those rapid counter-attacks. This does not look good. Manu Kone, the Roma midfielder, such a dynamic player. And a very important one too for France at this World Cup.
Himself and Rabiot very strong in the middle of the pitch. Most people's outlook on this side coming into the tournament thought that might be France's weak spot. Hasn't been the case at all. He's up and about anyway. I think Shams is happy to see that.
Saliba still nursing a back problem, we understand, through this World Cup. Once again, there were 5 long days to prepare for this match against what he described as a complete team in Morocco. It's another puzzle for this French side to work out. So talented, but in the last 2 matches now they've come up against well-organised defences in Paraguay and Morocco.
Just now, this France side though, there's an extra level. They've got another gear, they can still go up. Just when they switch it on.
Kone is back crashing into tackles there, so it's just a scare for him. Morocco looking to provide another here. It's Talbi. Upamecano sees it out, but it will be a corner.
Upamecano, just thought the last touch came off it. Moroccan attacker, wasn't the case at all. Spoke in the first half. Morocco didn't take full advantage of these opportunities. Set pieces, where there were wide free kicks or corners. I'm sure that was spoke about at half time.
And a French-born centre-back wearing 14 is Diop. Got a late equaliser against the Netherlands in the round of 32. Right, this cross kept out. It's hopeful and not very helpful for Morocco. Issa Diop from Toulouse got his first international goal in that game against the Netherlands. He's a former France under-21 cap. He's with Fulham in England. Bouadi, the number 6, perhaps the biggest loss of all for France. Another France under-21 who switched allegiance ahead of this World Cup. Remember, he's only 18. Dembele. Doué. There's Bouadi. And Talbi looking to get going down the left. Upamecano shutting him down.
Morocco certainly improved on their counter-attacking. It's that first half since coming out here for the second half. This time Talbi carrying the ball so well down that left side. Upamecano getting sucked out of that central area. That's not where he wants to be. Managed to deal with it in the end.
Diop for Mazraoui. Bouadi. Foul by Bouadi on Elise this time. Elise, another player who had multiple options at international level. With Reading and Crystal Palace before moving to Bayern Munich in 2024. Mbappe. Doué! And once again, Bono well positioned, and he makes the save.
There's certainly plenty of power behind it. Bono really struggled to hold on to it. Slight bit of movement just before it gets to the goalkeeper. I've seen that so often from Doué. He likes to come inside on that right foot.
Dembele. Elise. Up in London. Tigna. Elise again, allowed to turn. And moving through the gears. Oh, that was a chance for Mbappe. He looks across to the assistant, wondering whether the goal would have stood. Well, he knows now. This was a missed opportunity for France.
It's all about the magic from Elise. He's certainly offside. If he hadn't put the ball in the back of the net, he picks up that ball facing away from the goal. Before Morocco know it, he's on the attack. He's around 2 players. And I don't even know how he managed to get that final pass into the path of Mbappe, but he manages to find a way through like he usually does. Mbappe just goes slightly too early.
That's a really clever pass from Dembele. Doué for Mbappe. Forced back by Naoui. Mbappe shrugging off Hakimi. France looking to become the 3rd team to reach 3 finals in a row after West Germany and Brazil. And they're getting on top in this quarter-final again after a bright start from Morocco in this second half. Doué. Mbappe. Cross goes out of play.
See France just up in that tempo now the last few minutes. Dewey just picking the ball up on the turn, just getting straight at that Moroccan defence. Nice bit of skill here from Mbappe, and the idea is right. He looks up, he sees Koundé at the back post. Just a poor execution in the end. Now for a goal kick.
Remember, you can choose your player of the match, the Sporty Hero. That vote will go live on the Sporty TV YouTube channel in the 75th minute. And stay on after the match as well. Live reaction and analysis from studio. Heading it back to Magnon, AC Milan goalkeeper. Cornet. Today has Digne supporting him to his left. And Morocco win it back. Doesn't hold on to it for too long. Digne with a cross. Mazraoui with the clearance. Doué for Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe! He is the main man. He is magnificent. 8th goal in this World Cup for Kylian Mbappe. And it's 20 in 20 World Cup appearances overall. Well, Morocco feel there was a foul in the build-up. And what a glorious finish this was from the French captain.
Yes, plenty Moroccan players around the referee. They're unhappy with this challenge there. I don't think there's much in it at all. Doué does great. He just anticipates the bounce of that ball and just passes it on to Mbappe. Just look at that for the finish. He uses Diop perfectly just to blind Bono. No backlift. It looks like he shouldn't be able to get power from there, but this man can. And how he puts that into the back of the net, there's very few footballers in the world that can do it. 1-0 France.
And I don't think any goalkeeper would have saved that. And is anyone going to be able to stop Kylian Mbappe at this World Cup? The goal is good. France have made the breakthrough. Mbappe level with Lionel Messi at the top of the scoring chart. And he's one behind him in career goals. So Morocco making a couple of changes now. It's the end of the day for Bilal El Khanous of Stuttgart, and for the teenager Ayoub Bouadi. Sofiane Amrabat will replace him. And the other man on has been a super sub in this tournament. He got a very late goal against Canada. That is the number 9, Soufiane Rahimi.
Mbappe had to go down off the ball there. Even he got a knock off the up.
No. He's slowly getting back to his feet. "56 goals in 58 appearances now for club and country this season. He extends his record as the all-time top scorer for France. He has shipped a heavy knock here, first yellow card of the game. And Mbappe on the end of a bad challenge.
Diop obviously not happy with what just happened moments ago. Mbappe knows the challenge is coming and invites it. Just elegantly just knocks that ball past him at the outside of his foot. Accepts the challenge knowing Diop's going to give away that free kick and get in the book. Has to be very careful now for the remainder of this game.
It's not really very smart from Diop for a number of reasons. One of them being that he will miss the semi-final if Morocco get through. Maybe he wasn't happy with that incident, suggesting that Mbappe was playing for a free kick, and it's Elise now into Rabiot. Rabiot again, and Diop doing well in defence this time.
It's not often you see Rabiot popping up in them positions, deep in that left channel. Makes an excellent run. Trying to put that low cross across the box. Defended well in the end.
The list of top scorers at this World Cup is very impressive indeed. Messi, Mbappe, Haaland and Kane. Elise popping up everywhere. In the corner. And careless this time from Elise, but very good from Rahimi until the end.
Watch this goal and repeat all day. I'm sure plenty of us will throughout the night. The way he just digs that out, executes it perfectly into that far corner. All the big boys have shown up in this World Cup. Not many bigger than him at the moment on the world stage.
Dembele. Ousmane Dembele! France are on their way to the semi-finals. Another world star with a world-class goal for Les Bleus. Dembele with his 5th so far. And it's a long way back now for Bono and Morocco.
We knew France had another gear or two. It was just a matter of when they were going to kick in. Again, Elise heavily involved here. Passed that ball to the middle to Dembele, but look at that run from Mbappe. He just takes 2 defenders completely out of the picture. And much like Mbappe's finish, Dembele uses Mazraoui just to blind Bono in the goal and just bends it around him into that bottom corner. Such an excellent finish. 2-0 France.
Is it over and out for Morocco? Well, we've seen some very good comebacks. It'll take an incredible one here from Morocco. France 2, Morocco 0. As we head into the latest hydration break on Sporty TV. So first change for France. Kone. There's a real power in the engine room, as usual, at this tournament. He's being replaced by Warren Zaïre-Emery, another of the PSG men in this French squad. Plus stoppage time left in this first World Cup quarter-final on Sporty TV. You can watch the second tomorrow, Spain against Belgium. The winner of this tie will face the winner of that one. That's from 7 in Ghana, 8 p.m. in Nigeria, 9 in South Africa, 10 in Kenya. And Norway is a little later on Saturday. So much to look forward to on Sporty TV this summer. Not to take your eyes off the World Cup at the moment, though, and think too far ahead. Talby. Morocco will have to take some risks here. They got a lot of joy. Canada did that against them in the last round. So good on the counter-attack, but just 2 attempts today. Looks like they've met their match. But still time. Well, there's a slice, and it's over the top of Upamecano. Would have been slightly concerned there. Good ball in here from Talby.
Yeah, sometimes just whipping a ball with a bit of pace on it into a dangerous area can cause all sorts of problems. That's exactly what happens. Even Upamecano swiping at it. Very lucky not for it to drop underneath the bar. In the corner. All the way out to Unai, and that is the way things are going for Morocco today. Remember, you can vote for your Sporty hero of the match, the best performer on the day. Well, it could be that man. He's one of the nominees. Mbappe, Dembele, Doué, and the Morocco goalkeeper Bono are your options. That poll will be posted in the 75th minute on the YouTube channel. Get your votes in, please. 2 changes for Morocco. Jassim Yassine is a very skillful operator. Joker in the pack for the African team. He's wearing 16 as we see Doué down. Number 13 plays in Belgium with Genk. That is Zakaria Elouadi. Mr. Infantino. It's the first time we've seen him with a little cap on the head. Might be just in hiding after some of his decisions he's made over the last week or so.
Didier Deschamps was asked about the referee. Was he worried there was an Argentine team in charge of this one? I don't think anyone who's seen Facundo Tello had those concerns, because he's had a pretty good World Cup. Awarded France a penalty in the first half after the foul from Mazraoui. Mbappe denied by Bono, but it was only a delay for Mbappe. He got his goal in the second half. Dembele has added to it. Man down on the halfway line, it is Kylian Mbappe. And this will be a cause for concern. Jean-Philippe Mateta is going to be introduced.
Very well be just a precaution. Wrap that man in cotton wool. Make sure he's fit for the next game. Seems to be walking off without a limp anyway. It's good signs for France. Another good day at the office.
He's almost reassuring the crowd there. Soaking up the applause, but also indicating that this is nothing serious. I hope so anyway. 5 days to recover. The final on Tuesday, semi-final I should say. It's Radley Barcola coming in along with Mateta.
Still Wade, you're the one that's left the field. Another great performance from him. Such depth in this attacking positions for France. Give a little bit of everything. Now a big target man, and Mateta comes onto the pitch. Another different challenge for this Moroccan defence to deal with.
France unbeaten in their last 31 World Cup matches when scoring first. They've won 29 of those. So it would be quite the achievement for Morocco to come back here. Instead it's the French on the move again. Mateta waiting for a cross. Almost got on the end of it.
Emery, the one making that run down that left channel. We've seen Rabiot do it earlier on from that midfield position. Gets that ball in with his left foot. It looks like Mateta's about to have a swing with his left foot. Well defended in the end.
It's 20 years to the day since France lost out to Italy in the World Cup final in Germany. You might remember that one. Zidane with the chipped penalty down the middle. Marco Materazzi with the equaliser. And of course Zidane with the headbutt on Materazzi before France lost on penalties. Barcola. Release for Bradley Barcola again. Mateta, he stepped back. And that little move from the striker wasn't spotted.
Such pace down this left side. Elise again. Pass appreciation, spot on into his path. Barcola doesn't lift his head up quick enough. Mateta to make a great run. Or should I say, he just stopped his run.
Kone had a yellow card. Bit of a knock earlier. He was taken off by France. Mbappe, for obvious reasons, taken off. I wonder, should this man Olise be taken off? Given that he is on a yellow card, he will be suspended if he gets another. And the slate is wiped clean after the quarterfinals. Digne for Mateta. And there is that different threat that you mentioned.
Now with his aerial ability, he can start putting crosses in the box in deeper areas. Using that full width. It's a decent ball in. Looks like Mateta just doesn't get the connection he would have wanted.
Star of the last 16 victory, playing it to Amrabat. Kiwi. It's over 100 appearances for Morocco now. Upamecano did enough to get it away.
Not a very convincing clearance from him. He's been exceptional all afternoon. The heart of that defence.
A free kick for Morocco. Goal back now. France might feel a few nerves. We can watch this one over and over again, like you mentioned.
The way he just digs it out. There's not many in the game are capable of it. He certainly is.
The placement was absolutely perfect. It wasn't about the pace on that shot. Hakimi's free kick. Dancing around for a moment or two, but too many frights for France. There's a free kick. Hakimi taken out by Rabiot, it looks like.
Hakimi hanging out on this left side the last minute or so, I should say. Just comes across the pitch there, Rabiot trying to get the nick on the ball.
They still have not had a shot on target, Morocco. Magnon, little to do so far. That changes. Good stop from Unai.
It's took to the 82nd minute for Morocco to have their first shot on target. Comfortable save in the end.
Just their third attempt. Azzedine Unai landing it on target, but close enough to Magnon, so the French keeper didn't have to worry too much. Saliba is picking up Diop right in front of the keeper here. The Argentine referee over for a word. Kimi's corner, flicked on. Oh, that was close. Nawi, the Roma midfielder, connected well here. He's unlucky. But this went the wrong side of the post.
Yeah, that can be such a dangerous area to hit a corner. Just beat that first man. Anything can happen at that near post. I don't know, he does well, makes his run, it's very clever. Gets across the defender. Gets a good connection on the header as well. Just misses the target.
It was tough for Talbi. I mean, spy of Angers in France. He's the latest dribbler brought on by Morocco. We're discussing it though. Take Mbappe out of this French team. Yes, they still have lots of attacking talent, but it's the main man in attack. Morocco have had to do without their star player in this tournament, Ismail Saibari, who got this World Cup off to a great start from their point of view with a lovely goal against Brazil. 3-4 before his fifth game. Came to a very premature end against Canada.
I think it would have been a tough afternoon even if Saibari was in the team. How good this French side is. This is when they're at their most dangerous as well on the counter-attack.
Barcola left by Dembele for Elise. And he is pretty frustrated. 5 assists but no goals for the Bayern Munich man at this World Cup.
It's really good play, really good step over from Dembele, full awareness of where his teammate is. You know the idea that Elise was trying to pull off, similar to how Mbappe got his goal. Try and use that defender to blind the goalkeeper.
Jules Koundé leaves the field. Malo Gusto of Chelsea is on for him.
Morocco changes in that defence as well. It's always going to be an uphill battle for them, losing their main man Saibari. Israeli having to go into the heart of the defence.
Risek showcasing his talent again. Dembele's pass leaves a bit to be desired. It's going to be 5 wins and 2 draws for France against Morocco overall. There's Barcola, that pace. Bradley Barcola throwing a save from Bono at his near post.
It's been such a threat since he came onto the pitch. Abundance of pace. It looks like he's only gliding out there.
Now, that is a bit of a worry. It's like this pack of some sort on the ankle of Kylian Mbappe. Doesn't look so happy now. Watching on. Mateta's header over the top.
It's a great delivery. Mateta right in that danger area. 5-6 yards out. Missing the target.
So France didn't feature at USA 94 or Mexico in 1970. They were third in Mexico in 1986. Their World Cup triumphs coming on European soil, on home soil in 98, and in Russia in 2018. Looks like they are cruising through to the last 4 once again. shame for Morocco in losing this one. Lots to look forward to as well, with Morocco being one of the host countries in 2030. Along with Spain and Portugal. Flicked on by Yassine. Really got into the game since coming on. Mohamed Ouabi, just 49, only in the job since March. He's done a pretty good job, it has to be said. Possibly could have topped the group ahead of Brazil. Too good for Scotland and Haiti. And then getting past the Netherlands and Canada in the knockout rounds. It's been a good campaign for Morocco.
Yeah, there's no shame in bowing out the quarter-finals of this competition against the strong favourites to go on to win it. When you look across this Morocco squad, there's still plenty of youth in there. It's at a really, really good age of players. Definitely going to see a stronger Morocco in 4 years' time, I'd imagine, in the next World Cup.
Lucky in many ways to draw France. To be knocked out by France, it seems. 2 tournaments in succession. Maignan. That's not great. It's hasn't had many touches, the goalkeeper. As Morocco fans have been loud and vibrant throughout the tournament. Spy. Stay off. And tackle from Upamecano. Nai scoops one through. No one expecting that one. His corner. It's all about coming for it. Aye. The low ball across is scooped away by Saliba. Another chance for France to counter. Gusto. Rabiot. Teta. This was thumped at the Crystal Palace striker there. Can't tell you. No surprise here, Kylian Mbappe has been voted as the sporty hero of the match, the best player on show on the day. He was voted for by you, the viewers at home. Thanks for that. Mbappe, by the way, first player to be directly involved in 100 goals for France. He scored 64 now, 36 assists as well. Tomorrow you can see who his side will be facing in the semi-finals. It's Spain against Belgium, 7 o'clock in Ghana, 8 in Nigeria, 9 p.m. in South Africa, 10 in Kenya. Saturday, England against Norway, that's from 9 in Ghana, 10 in Nigeria, 11 in South Africa, and midnight in Kenya. Make sure to download the Sporty TV app as well on Android, iOS and your smart TV. Mateta. Good save, Bono. It was a 21st attempt at goal for France. Morocco have had 4. We won't have another here.
Bono, another great save. It's a bit of a statement, and you know Bono has probably been Morocco's best player today. Mateta coming in on his left foot, doesn't quite get the connection he would have wanted. Bono stays big till that very last moment.
There's an attempt to embarrass Maignan a little. It was Jassim Yassine with it. Doué with the quick shift of the ball to Mbappe, and then the quick thinking from the French captain. It was goal number 1, the second arriving 6 minutes later from Ousmane Dembélé. They've got 13 between them at the World Cup so far. Mbappe with 8, Dembélé with 5 now. Fouled by Spy. So Morocco just didn't have the answers today, but not many teams do against this French side. Didier Deschamps has really let them loose at this World Cup.
There's definitely no shame in Morocco exiting the competition now against such a strong team. That man with Elise right in the heart of it again. Plays the game at his own tempo, dictates how he wants everything to be done. Quite remarkable, quite a sight to see, watching him at his very best.
Deschamps with a broad smile on his face. Deschamps' target from Elise, could be the last action. It is. France advance to the semi-finals. Mbappe missed a penalty in the first half, saved by Bono. But there was no saving his shot on 60 minutes. Your sporty hero of the match now has 8 goals at this World Cup. And Ousmane Dembélé got another on 66. Bono keeping Morocco in it. They were well beaten in the end. Elise, Mbappe, Dembélé and Doué. The fearsome front 4 for France, proving too good again. Deschamps with a big hug for Mbappe. And remember, there's plenty of studio analysis to come after this. Plenty more quarter-final action to come later this week on Sporty TV. From myself, Mark Rodden and Owen Doyle, it is goodbye for now. France 2, Morocco 0. The final score at the Boston Stadium.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia yanakaribia kilele na sasa ni kufa kupona. Farasi wawili wanaopatana ugani, ni mmoja tu ndiye atakayesalia, huku mwingine akifunganya virago na kuelekea nyumbani. Je, ni timu gani itakayotwaa ubingwa huu mnamo Julai 19 pale MetLife Stadium? Jibu hili utalipata hapa KBC Channel 1, tukikupeperushia matangazo ya FIFA World Cup moja kwa moja kutoka Mexico, Canada na USA.
Goal! They've done it!
Pia unaweza kupokea matangazo haya kupitia stesheni za redio za KBC. Istoshe, kwa wale wanaopenda kuona mechi kupitia big screens, KBC itawatembelea mtaani kwenu. World Cup iko KBC. KBC, your true sports partner.
Life changes, and so can your insurance. In the event you are unable to pay your life insurance premiums for some reason, and you have paid your premiums for at least 3 years, don't worry, your premiums haven't gone to waste. Your policy may remain in force under paid-up value, giving you reduced but valuable cover with no extra premium payments. It is recommended that you do not cancel your policy before maturity to receive the full benefits of your policy. Talk to your insurance company in the event you have challenges paying your insurance premium. Read and understand the terms and conditions of your policy. This message is brought to you by the Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA. IRA. Bima bora kwa taifa.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Lunchtime News. Our sign language interpreter is Caroline Joroge. I'm Jackie Wimbiru. And to kick off the broadcast, we turn to Nyandarua County, where security agencies are providing an update on the state of preparedness ahead of the Ol-Kalou parliamentary by-election. Central Regional Commissioner Joshua Muriungi Kanatha is briefing, or rather is on standby with our reporter Giverson Minor on measures that have been put in place to ensure a peaceful, secure, free and fair electoral process. The update covers security deployments as well as coordination among agencies and efforts to safeguard voters, election officials and electoral materials throughout the exercise. We now join our reporter Giverson Minor. Giverson?
And now we're coming to live from Ol-Kalou constituency in Nyandarua County, and we're here just to check on how things are moving on. And you remember yesterday was the deadline of the campaigns, and all the parties halted those campaigns yesterday, including DCP, including the UDA, Jubilee, and of course even other parties. There are a total of 9 contenders in these Ol-Kalou parliamentary elections scheduled for Thursday. But today we want to focus on matters like security, to see how the security, or rather the security agencies or apparatus are prepared to ensure that the electorate, the people of Ol-Kalou, and including the IBC officials, that they have been secured and ready to exercise the mandate, or rather to carry on the by-elections on Thursday. And without even wasting time, I want to speak to a Central Kenya Regional Commissioner, Joshua Nkanatha, who is here just standby with me, just to tell us how they have prepared for security and safety of the people of Ol-Kalou ahead of the by-elections on Thursday. Now, thank you so much, Regional Commissioner, for making time for us. Tell us, how are you prepared for these by-elections?
Thank you so much, members of the 4th Estate. My name is Joshua Nkanatha.
the Regional Commissioner Central. And with me here are members of the Regional Security Committee, the County Security Committee of Nyandarua, and the Sub-County Security Committees. Basically, we are meeting here because we wanted to review how prepared we are for the by-election. First, we want to thank the people of our Karau constituency for conducting peaceful campaigns and for adhering to the regulations of our IEBC that our campaigns ended yesterday. We are happy to report that from 6 p.m. yesterday, we have not had any group or any party campaigning, and we want to urge them to adhere to that until we finish on Thursday with the by-election. Concerning our preparedness, I want to report to the people of Orokarawa and the country at large that yes, we are prepared. Of course, we have deployed as per the request of the IBC, and we want to assure the people of Orokarawa that they will be secured. Let them wake up in the morning on Thursday, come, vote, and then leave. Each party has been around to have an agent in every polling station. So let us give this agent time to oversee on behalf of the various parties what will be happening inside the voting hall. Otherwise, we believe that everything will go on smoothly. And at the end of Thursday, by Friday, we should be having a new member of parliament for this region, God willing. Yes.
Are there kind of challenges that so far maybe they have could arisen, if you know of any? So far, nothing has been reported to the police in terms of anything resembling insecurity. So I think so far so good. I want to say that even if you move around the constituency and the county at large, there is no tension whatsoever. People are going about their business. You may never even know that there were campaigns yesterday. So, and that is the spirit that after tomorrow, after Thursday, I mean, people will go back to their normal lives. Campaigns, or rather, the MP will have been elected, and then people will move on with their businesses. So let us be peaceful. I want to urge the people of Orokarao that we should remain peaceful, we should vote peacefully, and then we live peacefully. Nobody should incite anyone to cause violence, because there will be no reason to do that whatsoever. There's also something called protecting the vote. You must have heard about it.
Yes.
People say we want to come and protect our vote, yes, and will not get out of the polling station until the vote is counted, complete, and announced.
I want to refer you to what the chairman of IBC just reported to Kenyans a few minutes ago when he was giving the press in Nairobi. That the law stipulated very clearly that it is a radius of 400 meters. When you vote within the radius of 400 meters, that is the area the IBC is operating from, and those areas will be secured. So, in any case, there will be agents to protect the votes. Agents will be inside the voting hall. So, for us, others who are not working for the IBC in those polling stations, let us vote and let us leave. Yes.
Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And that has been Regional Commissioner Central Kenya region telling us about they are already very ready to secure the by-elections of Thursday. My name is Giverson Minor, reporting to you from All Kalau region.
Well, many thanks, Giverson, where authorities have assured residents that adequate security measures are in place ahead of the Ol-Kalou parliamentary by-election, with all stakeholders urged to maintain a peace throughout the electoral process. We continue with more news. Security has been beefed up in Ol-Kalou constituency ahead of Thursday's by-election following the deployment of over 1,000 police officers. In a joint briefing between IEBC, NCIC and the police, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanjas said they had deployed security officers in the area to ensure a peaceful election. Now, this as IEBC commissioners confirmed the deployment of election materials, maintaining calls for a peaceful electoral process. Let's have a look.
Who present with us here this afternoon, the members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity first and foremost to thank the IBC chairman and his team for organizing this event. It's a timely opportunity to speak to the people of Ol-Kalou and the nation at large, and update all the security on the security preparedness for the Ol-Kalou by-election scheduled to take place on Thursday, 16th July 2026. This briefing speaks loudly to the multi-agency approach, the one government approach that continues to define and serve us very well. The National Police Service, which is to update Kenyans on the exercise before us, as the Inspector General of the National Police Service, mine is a message of reassurance and an affirmation that the people of Ol-Kalou are expected to exercise their democratic rights in a free, fair, peaceful, secure, and credible manner, as guided by our Constitution and the laws of the land. May I now briefly speak specifically about the security preparedness for this by-election. Firstly, we have over 1,000 police officers deployed to ensure that the by-election is adequately covered. Number two, to break it.
Well, still on Ol-Kalou, we move on to another report where it's all systems go for the Ol-Kalou by-election scheduled for Thursday this week. Speaking in Ol-Kalou, IEBC returning officer in the constituency, Mohia Njiraine, says polling clerks and presiding officers will be dispatched to their various polling stations on Wednesday, where they will spend a night waiting for the day of voting. He spoke during a training exercise for the IEBC polling officials. The Ol-Kalou seat fell vacant after the death of area Member of Parliament David Kerao.
We are releasing the PODPOs to the polling stations on Wednesday. They spend the night there, and they do all the demarcation of the polling station and the branding and all that in readiness for the voting which takes place on the 16th. Such that the first voter comes to the polling station at 6, our staff will be ready to issue the ballots and voting will progress. The voting will go the way up to 5 p.m. when we'll close the station, and thereafter the PO, the DPO and the clerks will now do the counting of the votes in that particular polling room, which is our polling station. The PO will announce the results in that particular polling station.
Now, education stakeholders have expressed hope after the Teachers Service Commission intensified its efforts to strengthen inclusive education by upscaling the training of teachers handling learners with special needs. Speaking during the training program at the Kenya Institute of Special Education, the Teachers Service Commission Director of Quality Assurance and Standards, Dr. Ruben Ntamburi, noted that the program aims at strengthening inclusive education by ensuring more learners with disability are identified early, receive appropriate support and access quality education regardless of where they live. He said that the Teachers Service Commission will continue to recruit and deploy teachers trained in special needs education to institutions that require their expertise.
so that these people who are being trained here will become a voice in every corner of this country, because they have understood really what it means to screen. Then something very important, very critical to all of us, is the aspect of screening. Once you screen, you identify the disability. Then you provide the intervention. If, for example, you are blind, what's the extent of blindness? So that we know what kind of device will you require.
What we have done as a commission, we have allowed our teachers and given them study leave to come and do the curriculum at KISE, and once they are qualified, they are posted to the special needs institution. With the renewal of the competency-based education, we did introduce a pathway that is catering for what we call the stage-based pathway, that is catering for the severe special needs learners.
There's a difference.
Lights on, volume up. This is where stories come alive. From local drama that hits close to home.
Huyu ni nani? Alinivamia akiwa na vijana wengine wawili. Toka nje. Hii ni nyumba yako. Yote ni porojo.
To international series everyone's talking about. Stories that pull you in. Characters you won't forget.
Stop complaining and just get out of here. Go now, go.
We turn up the volume with music that moves, showcases rising stars, and bring the beat straight to your living room. And when it's time to talk, we don't hold back.
How is everything going?
Real conversations, big personalities, the issues, the loves, the moment everyone's debating the next day. Every show, every night, different voices, one destination. This is television that feels alive, unpredictable, and missable.
Welcome back. This is Lunchtime News. We do apologize for that earlier situation. Now we move on. Different stakeholders from both the private and public sectors have been urged to embrace good governance and ethical leadership. Speaking during the Institute of Certified Secretaries fundraising dinner and Champions of Governance golf tournament held at Muthaiga Golf Club in Nairobi, Institute of Certified Secretaries CEO Jeremiah Karanja emphasized that the hub will serve as a premier for governance research, policy dialogue, as well as contributing to stronger leadership.
We'll have several facilities. One, we have a research center. We also have an ICT hub, still looking at issues of governance. We also have facilities even for people who want to maybe discuss what we call mute courts on issues of governance.
We believe that good governance starts with ourselves. So if we need to introspect as Kenyans, just look at what is expected of us, just do right by the law, and uphold integrity, uphold good ethics, and we're going to have a good country.
Governance is so important. It is a cornerstone in Kenya's constitution at Article 10. It's part of our national values, the good governance principles, and it has been an aspiration for so long.
Now, residents of Tasia Feather Estate in Embakasi East are seeking government intervention over the ongoing development of a disputed public utility plot, saying traders who had been operating on the land were evicted despite a court order maintaining the status quo. The residents are accusing a private developer of grabbing the public utility plot. Speaking through the Tasia Feather Residents Association, the residents said they had obtained and served the court order on the area OCS, but expressed concern that construction on the land is still ongoing. The father claimed that several public utility plots previously surrendered by the National Social Security Fund had been subdivided and allocated to private developers. The residents are now appealing to the relevant authorities to stop the development and safeguard the remaining public utility land, which they say had been set aside for the construction of a police station and a public hospital.
Na map ile ilikuwa signed na NSSF na City Council na ilikawa approved na City Council ya 2009. Inaonyesha hii ni public utility land. Inastahili kukua ni police post. Ile ya nyuma inastahili kukua health center. Alafu hiyo ingine ni nursery school. Hiyo court order imekuwa confirmed ya kwamba ni valid na it is active. So kama hawezi kuheshimu court order ile tuko naye, sisi tutalindwa na nani?
Kenya's growing demand for skilled heavy plant operators is exposing a shortage of certified personnel, with industry players warning that the gap could slow infrastructure projects and compromise safety standards. A local training institute is now expanding its capacity to address the deficit while attracting trainees from across the region. The Plant and Equipment Training Institute says it plans to train 5,000 heavy plant operators across East Africa by 2029, citing rising demand driven by the region's expanding construction sector. Let's have a look.
One of the most encouraging changes we have witnessed is the transformation of construction machinery sector. Traditionally, this industry was considered a male-dominated field. Today, it is so important that you learn something about it. There's more to just operation. There is safety. So that's why you learn the fundamentals of safety procedures, machine knowledge, operation.
Detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations in Nairobi and their counterparts in Matungulu on Monday neutralized a key suspect linked to the armed robbery at the restaurant in Spring Valley, Nairobi. According to DCI, the suspect was apprehended at his girlfriend's house in Joska town of Machakos County and was shot dead after opening fire at the officers who returned fire in self-defense. Meanwhile, police in Tharaka West are holding an officer accused of shooting a man dead during a friendly football match.
This CCTV footage at a restaurant in Spring Valley, Westlands, Nairobi County, dated the 4th of July 2026, captured two armed men robbing customers, causing panic and anger among members of the public. 10 days later, security officers acting on intelligence raided a house in Joska area of Machakos County, where one of the key suspects, identified as Anthony Ocheng, was believed to be hiding. According to authorities, the suspect was ordered to open the door, but instead he opened fire, forcing the detectives to respond in self-defense.
The suspect sensed presence of police officers, and immediately he started firing to the police officers without any provocation. Police officers acted swiftly and subdued him. and the suspect was fatally injured.
Huyo askari akamwambia fungua hapa. Jamaa aliongea akiwa ndani akasema sifungui, ingieni tupatani.
The suspect was fatally injured, and inside the house, a Beretta pistol loaded with a magazine containing 4 rounds of ammunition was discovered. Live rounds and spent cartridges were also recovered. According to one of his neighbors, Mary Kaluki, the suspect had been living in the apartment alongside his wife and child.
Mimi nimekaa hapa kwa muda wa miezi 5. Huyo jamaa nilimuona day 1 akiingia hapa, mimi ndio alinikuta kwa gate. So akaingia, kona bibi na mtoto mmoja. So mimi namuonanga akiingia, akitoka, sijui anafanya kazi gani.
Police are in pursuit of more suspects believed to have been working with Ocheng. The suspects are said to have been involved in robberies within Nairobi, Machakos and Kiambu.
Otherwise, we are encouraging members of public that we are making sure these gangsters are out of our streets.
Elsewhere, one person has died after being shot by a prison officer during a friendly match in Tharaka West. According to Tharaka South OCPD, the officer had accompanied the Green Berets team from Embu that was playing against UNESCO FC from Matakari.
Mmoja wa wachezaji wa UNESCO aliweza kufunga bao. Na aliweza kufunga, baada ya kufunga bao ikawa bao ilikataliwa. Ilisemekana watu wa Green Berets ni kama walisema walidispute.
A scuffle ensued in the pitch, forcing security personnel to intervene.
Mmoja wao aliweza kufyatua risasi 3, na anasema wakati aliona kikundi hicho cha UNESCO kimewarushia mawe kwa wengi, aliweza kulenga mmoja wao ambaye walikuwa nasema alikuwa ameenda kumpokonya bunduki mwenzake. Hapo aliweza kuumia, aliweza kupigwa risasi upande wa tumbo chini.
Nancy Okware, Lunchtime News.
Viwandani MCA Aaron King Arab has been arrested and detained at Buruburu Police Station ahead of his arraignment at the Makadara Low Courts. The MCA was arrested alongside Kefa Munyoro and Zablon Kerima Mwangi in connection with an alleged robbery with violence and malicious damage to property. Buruburu OCPD Boniface Lomuk confirmed the arrest, saying the 3 will face charges of robbery with violence and malicious damage to property.
Mine is just to confirm that we are holding the Honorable MCA for Viwandani, that is Honorable Aaron Kingara, together with other 2 individuals who will all be arraigned tomorrow before the courts for the offense of robbery with violence. One of them had already been arrested and charged for the offenses. That is one of the goons had already been arrested. So I would not wish to comment much, as the same is already in court.
Well, that report brings us to a fast break here on Lunchtime News. Don't go too far, we still have more news coming up.
Chance to get it out wide, Shelder up, you know who they'll be aiming for, he went for himself! What a magnificent goal by Andreas Shelder! Norway celebrate! England complain!
Goal stands, I'm not sure Shelder was trying to finish, maybe he was, I'll give him credit, it's a wonderful goal from him if he was, it's driven into the far post.
Shelder up, you know he's going to look for, oh no he didn't, he went for it himself.
I am Chef Ombachi. Today I'm cooking ugali na Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Boil water, done. Add Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Done. Grab your mwiko and stir the mixture. Done. Enjoy the amazing aroma. Enjoy incredibly soft ugali. Done. Ingia ligi ya kipekee na Ajab Premium Maize Meal.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.